This video is made possible by donations to the United States Lighthouse Society from people like you.
Welcome, everybody, to our first ever virtual telethon, 40th anniversary virtual telethon for the U.S. Lighthouse Society. And as we just said a moment ago, this is a record turnout. We've had, last I looked a few minutes ago, 536 people registered for this event. Back in the days of COVID lockdowns, we had a couple of events where we maxed out at 500 people, but we've raised the limit and we've topped 500 today, which is fantastic. So thank you all so much for taking part in this. I'll just mention right away, while I'm thinking of it, we are recording this event. It will be posted on YouTube by early in the coming week. So if you want to if you missed some of it today and you want to watch the whole 6 hours or so later, that'll be available. At this point, I want to introduce my good friend who's co-hosting this event with me. First of all, I'm Jeremy D'Entremont. I'm the historian for the U.S. Lighthouse Society, and I host the Society's podcast, Lighthearted. And with me is Jeff Gales, Executive Director of the U.S. Lighthouse Society. And we're actually joining you from opposite corners of the U.S. here. I'm here in New Hampshire in the northeast corner, and Jeff is at the USLHS headquarters in Hansville, Washington in the northwest. So hello, Jeff.
Hi, Jeremy.
Good to see you. Is that all you're going to say for now?
I'm ready to get this show on the road.
Yeah, I know. We got to try to stick to our schedule here.
Yeah, we have a really packed schedule with a lot of stuff happening, and we're going to be here for a good long time. So everybody knows how I'm doing. I'm doing great. I work at the Lighthouse Society, and I work at a lighthouse. What could be better than that?
You're absolutely right. I agree with that. So I just want to mention quickly, we also have with us Henry Gonzalez, who is the president of the U.S. Lighthouse Society. Henry is joining us from his home in South Carolina. He's here, and he'll be chipping in times during the event. Hi, Henry.
Hey, good morning, everybody. And Jeff, I think the only thing you're missing there that would make it even better is if you actually lived at the lighthouse, work at a lighthouse, et cetera, but living would be even gooder. So happy to be here, folks. Looking forward to spending some time with you all today.
I'm sure Jeff feels like he lives at the lighthouse sometimes. And also helping us out kind of in the background today are several co-hosts. We have Ralph Krugler, who we'll talk more about later, and Cassandra Rowland and Marissa Knudsen. Am I forgetting any co-hosts, Jeff? I think that's
only my brother Richard.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, Rich.
Thanks,
Jeremy. I didn't forget you. I just
Jeremy.
I was saving you for later. So yeah.
Jeremy, he's used to it. Don't worry.
Okay. All right. Better leave that there. So we do have a lot to cover here. We're going to move on here, and I just want to mention also that if people thought there might be a retrospective history of the USLHS as part of this event, we're not doing that. But it is readily available on at uslhs.org, the Society's website. There's a pretty detailed history on there if you want to read about the 40 years of history, because that would take up this whole event if we went through all of that. So we're not doing that today. So we've had a great response. I've been asking people to send in videos from various lighthouses around the country and in other countries as well. And we've had a great response, and that's part of why this event is going to go on for a while. But it's fantastic. We got a lot of good videos, and we also have the great dance contest entries. So I want to remind everybody to keep your mics muted during the event unless you are called on to say something. Don't try to share your screens. And you can ask things in the chat during the event. We might not have time to answer all questions, but we will try to when we can. So feel free.
We intend to monitor the chat fairly regularly. So please do comment in the chat. Yeah.
We'll try to answer the questions the best we can. So at this point, I think we're going to go to our first video of the day, which is go ahead, Jeff. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to cut you off all the time. You know that.
Of course.
I wanted to mention that we got such a huge input of videos and people wanting to submit things, we literally filled 6 hours of the program with content, but we had to cut a lot of them down a little bit. So
Yeah.
for those of you who did submit things, and if you watch yourself, we did have to do some editing. I just want to let everybody know they're relatively short.
Yeah.
And the other thing I wanted to mention too is if you guys have volume control on your computers, make sure your volume's up, because all of the things that we're going to be playing has sound. So you'll
Oh, yeah.
want to make sure your volume's up on your computer
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that,
or
Jeff,
your
about
device.
I'm glad you mentioned that about how we had to edit some of the videos down, but we are going to post them all on YouTube. So
Right.
the videos will be posted on YouTube in their entirety. Not
Right.
all at once, because there's so many, but over the next couple of weeks. Whoop,
Right.
somehow my voice is bouncing back at me. I don't know
Yeah.
if people are hearing
And
an
if
echo.
you want to have an idea about it, the schedule for what we're going to do today, if you go to our website, go to the homepage, and then click on the event itself, it'll give you a schedule of what to expect as we move through the hours that we'll be going and hosting the webathon, telethon, Zoomathon. I've heard all terms describing this. So
Yeah.
okay, I think that's about it, right, Jeremy?
I think so. I mean, we could go on here at the beginning, but we better get into the program.
Yes.
So
Okay.
first, I'm going to be sharing my screen a lot during this event, and I'm going to, so at times it might take me a moment to fumble around and be where I'm supposed to be, but hopefully not too much
Right.
time.
And keep in
So
mind, if you stick around too, we're going to be giving away lots of cool stuff.
yes, yes.
We'll be having raffles, virtual raffles for various prizes, including stays at Vacation House, Lighthouse Vacation
Yeah,
Rental, Point No Point, and lots of goodies we'll be giving away
yeah.
too.
It's actually trivia questions we're going to be asking to
Yeah.
give away the presents, not presents, but prizes. That's going to be towards the end of every half hour. So let's get into our first video here, which is actually, let me share my screen. And our first video, you see an introductory slide here. Hopefully everybody is seeing my screen. You seeing my screen, Jeff?
I am.
You are. Okay, good. So we're going to show a video that dates back to the 1980s. And Jeff, maybe you want to introduce this.
So when Wayne Wheeler first founded the U.S. Lighthouse Society, he in 1984 made a public service announcement, and we thought Richard of our office, my brother, found this old PSA, and we thought it was so great we wanted to play it for you as a beginning for this event. It's classic. So Jeremy.
Yeah, here we go.
America's lighthouses, majestic sentinels, guiding men in their ships through hazardous waters, through narrow channels, and along unfamiliar coastlines. Modern navigational aids have made many of America's beautiful lighthouses obsolete. Many are abandoned and subject to vandalism. Outmoded by today's technology, lighthouses have a dim future. The U.S. Lighthouse Society is charting a course to restore and preserve these elegant structures. You can help in the restoration and preservation projects and have a rewarding experience at the same time. Join the United States Lighthouse Society. Take part in an exciting adventure. For free information, write U.S. Lighthouse Society, 130 St. Elmo Way, San Francisco, California, 94127.
I just want to mention everybody should have their mics muted, except for me and Jeff at this point and our co-hosts. So just make sure your microphones are muted. And Jeff, anything you want to add about that before I move on to the next one?
Well, just that it's at the very beginning when we started. Well, when the Wayne Wheeler started the society, and it was produced in San Francisco. That was Point Bonita. If somebody didn't recognize the
Yep.
lighthouse, and if you know Wayne, you probably were chuckling a little bit because he really does look like a lighthouse keeper.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm going to move right along here, and this is a more recent promo, and the voice you're going to hear in this promo is our outgoing president, Mike Vogel, longtime board member of the USLHS. And I interviewed him for the podcast, and I thought this soundbite was so good that we had to get some more usage out of it. So I'm going to go ahead and play this promo.
Lighthouses are icons. They're symbols. They're symbols of steadfast endurance. They're symbols of hope. Lighthouses simultaneously bid people go out and explore and bid them farewell, and they welcome them back to safe harbor at the same time. I'm convinced sometime in the far future there are going to be beacons out in space that do the same thing, send our spacefarers out and welcome them back. That's a function. And if there is magic any place on this planet, it's at the boundary, the edges, the place where water meets land. That's where the magic is, and that's where lighthouses stand. They're a visual touchstone for people who visit, and I think anybody who comes to visit a lighthouse, even if they don't think that through, they know that. Inside, they feel that.
I just want to give credit to Rob Apps, who provided the drone footage used in that promo, and we're going to see a couple more clips from Rob a little later. At this point, Jeff, this might be a good time to mention the fact that we're out to entertain people certainly today. It's also a fundraising event, and there is. Let me come out of screen sharing for just a moment here, and you should be able to see in my window and in Chef's window. Why am I'm still in screen sharing? Sorry, sorry, I'm confusing myself. Okay, now I'm out of screen sharing. So you should be able to see in my window and also Jeff's window in the background the phone number and web address for donations. We have set kind of a lofty goal of $40,000. That's $1,000 for every year of the society today. But you know, whatever we make is great. You don't have to donate, obviously. Every dollar helps.
Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah,
Of course I have
go
to
on.
donate.
They have to donate. Okay, I
No,
take
you don't
that
have
back.
to donate. But it's very
Yeah.
easy, and the ways you can donate is that you just go to our website, uslhs.org/donate, or just go to our website and there's a donate button there, and you can select what you want to support. If you want to support one of our projects, Thomas Point Shoal, you want to support general donation, our Lighthouse Preservation Fund, which supports lighthouse grants that we make. So this would be the time to do it. And if you don't want to do it online, you can call us at headquarters. We have people staffing the phones waiting for your call that
Yes.
can take a credit card over the phone.
Sounds like PBS. All right, I used to work for PBS, so very familiar with it. All right, I'm gonna go right back into screen sharing here. And we're going to show a bunch of these videos today that are greetings from various lighthouses and other people around the world. And this one happens to be from Australia. This is Diane Wolfer, who is an award-winning children's book author who lives in Western Australia. Her 2009 book, Lighthouse Girl, tells the true story of Faye Catherine Howe, the daughter of the lighthouse keeper at Breaksea Island in Western Australia during World War I. And it's a great book. I really love it. It's sort of more like a young adult's book rather than a children's book. It's really good. So let me play this clip from Diane.
But before you play it,
Whoops.
Hello, Jeremy. And
I'm sorry. What was that, Jeff?
I just want to sing, if somebody can put the link to the donate in the chat, that would be great. So people can just click a link.
That's a good idea. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
so here's Diane Wolfer. Yeah.
hello, Jeremy, and all at the US Lighthouse Society. Congratulations on 40 years. How fabulous. What a great achievement. I'm Diane Wolfer. I'm here in Albury in Australia. Normally I would be living on the coast and able to find a lighthouse to take a photo of, but inland we don't have them. So this looks a bit like a lighthouse. It's a World War I memorial to the soldiers who lost their life from the Albury district here, where I went to high school and where my mother lives. So happy birthday, and I'll be thinking of you, and well done. Another symbol of hope and remembering important people.
Okay, I think I could hear some Australian birds in the background there while she was speaking. So next is our friend Josh Liller. And Jeff, you want to introduce Josh?
Absolutely. So we've known Josh for many years. He's the historian and collections manager for the Jupiter Inlet Lighthouse in Florida, which if you've never been to, it is a must-see. It's a fantastic property. And I'm sorry, and he's a frequent contributor also to the Lighthouse Society Keeper's Log Journal and blog and podcast. He's a prolific writer and a very, very respected lighthouse historian.
Absolutely, and a great guy. So here's a greeting from Josh.
The Jupiter Inlet Lighthouse wishes a happy 40th birthday to the U.S. Lighthouse Society. The Loch Sadge River Historical Society is proud to operate the Jupiter Inlet Lighthouse and Museum, to be a partner in the Jupiter Inlet Lighthouse Outstanding Natural Area, and to be a charter member of the U.S. Lighthouse Society. We think USLHS is a great organization supporting lighthouses nationwide, and we're so happy for their wonderful quarterly magazine. I'm very proud to contribute to that magazine. I'm also personally very thankful for the U.S. Lighthouse Society's online catalog. I personally knew Candace Clifford and her great work supporting the lighthouses around the country, including the research for ours, and I'm glad that that work continues and resources are being made available. That catalog and the digital records there certainly made the Florida Lighthouse Trail 2nd Edition update possible. Thank you, and again, happy birthday.
So thanks to Josh for that. And yeah, we could hear Australian birds in the background with Diane. We could hear Florida insects in the background with Josh. So that was good. So our next video clip is from the famous Nubble Lighthouse in southern Maine, off York, Maine. I'm sure a lot of you know it, one of the most visited and photographed lighthouses anywhere. Matt Rosenberg is a high school English teacher and also the seasonal caretaker and modern day keeper of the Nubble Light, which is officially the Cape Nettic Light Station. So let me play this greeting from Matt.
Hey everybody, it's Matt, Nubble Lightkeeper, and I am here at the top of the Nubble Lighthouse in the Lantern Room, wishing the U.S. Lighthouse Society a happy 40th birthday. 4 decades of caring for lighthouses all across the country is an incredible accomplishment, and we are so grateful for all the work that you do in order to make sure that these beautiful places are preserved for future generations. Lighthouses have been such an important part of what made this country great through commerce and navigation. And it is important for us to remember the past, and the U.S. Lighthouse Society helps us do that. I'm a lighthouse keeper, and I'm out here working with my hands to preserve a lighthouse, but anybody who cares for a lighthouse can be a lighthouse keeper too. So when you shop in a gift shop at a lighthouse, visit a lighthouse, spend money locally, or donate to organizations like the U.S. Lighthouse Society, you also care for a lighthouse and in a way become a lighthouse keeper as well. So thank you for everything you do, U.S. Lighthouse Society. Happy 40th birthday. I hope we have many more to come because there's so much important work to be done on these beautiful places. Take care.
So thanks to Matt for that. And at this point, we're going to get into our dance contest. And I'm actually going to come out of screen sharing for a moment here. All right.
You know what I love about all these videos is the fact that we're really seeing people all over the country who are doing the important work. And they're recording where they are and where they're at, from where they are and from where they're at.
Yeah,
it's exciting to see all the energy behind lighthouse preservation today.
Absolutely. Yeah. And a lot of these videos do come right from the lighthouses themselves, literally. So at this point, I want to introduce our dance contest. And I know there's a lot of people with us today who are involved with the various finalists in the dance contest, and I want to thank everybody so much for being part of that. It's so much fun. We started it last year. We had a good number of entrants last year, and we did it again this year, and kind of a similar number of entries. But what I loved about this year is that we had a lot of young people involved, a lot of kids through college age. And I just think that that's fantastic. So for people who don't know, we had an original song written called Meet Me at the Lighthouse by my good friend Joe Rivers, who's going to join me in just a moment here. And we asked people to dance at lighthouses or somehow related to lighthouses to that song. And today we're going to be showing you the 5 finalists in this contest. And at the end of that, which is going to be somewhere in the 3 to 3:30 range, probably about 3:15, we're going to ask you to vote for your favorite, and we will announce the winner. So my friend again, Joe here, wrote the song Meet Me at the Lighthouse. Hi, Joe. How are you doing?
Hi, Jeremy. How are you?
Good, thanks. So you're joining us from your studio, as people can see, in beautiful Sharon, Massachusetts, south of Boston. And you and I, Joe, have known each other for almost 40 years, hard as that is to believe.
Amazing.
Yeah. We worked back at the museum, Boston Museum of Science together 1,000 years, or almost 40 years ago anyway. And Joe, I wanted to ask you, when we kind of worked together to get this going, and I'm wondering what went into your thoughts. How did you go about writing the song?
I actually have my song notebook in front of me right now, and I just look back, and I wrote this song back in 2023 when we first did the first dance contest. And on April 7th, we had a phone meeting, and I took down a lot of notes. And in the days after that, I actually started writing multiple songs. I tried to find my way into this. And so it's funny that on the first song I wrote, the skeleton of it was on the 8th, and then another one on the 9th. And then Meet Me at the Lighthouse was actually, the first part of that was written on the 12th. So it's just several days later, 5 days later. I then sent you a little demo of it, of what I thought, and you said, yay, I like this. So I started working on it, and by the 18th of April, I had finished it, and I was ready to start recording. So I'll tell you, it was a lot of fun, because I usually have the luxury of just of sitting back and writing whatever I want. I've been writing, for since I was a kid, but to actually have to sit down and work the craft of songwriting for a purpose, and try to get all the elements that we spoke about, and I actually called a friend of mine who was a boat captain to get his idea on what he thinks about a lighthouse, and he told me, what he thought, and to make that into something. So it's a lot of fun, that discipline to do that.
Yeah. Well, you did a fantastic job. And I just want to tell everybody that Joe, when you hear the songs, Joe singing, and he actually did everything on this song except for drums, right? You had a friend play drums.
Al Rasmussen.
Okay.
Fantastic drummer from Boston.
But everything else is Joe. So he put a tremendous amount of work into this, and it's what you might call it, I guess they call it an earworm, right? Jeff and I have heard the song so many times, but in a good way. It might get stuck in your head for a while, but I mean that in the best possible way. It's a great, catchy song with a good dance beat. So we're going to go ahead and play the first finalist. Joe and Jeff and I narrowed down the entries to 5 finalists that we're going to play for you today.
There were so many good videos. It was really hard.
It was really hard. It was extremely hard. But I'm gonna go ahead and play the first.
And everybody should know that Joe donated his time and talent to this effort.
Yeah. And Jeff, you want to, as I'm going into screen sharing, you want to go ahead and introduce our first finalist?
Yeah. So the first finalist is from Great Duck Island Light Station in Maine. It became the property of Bar Harbor's College of the Atlantic recently, or maybe not so recently, but it's part of the college. Students and staff from the college now live in the former keeper's dwelling on the island much of the year and do research on nesting birds, population, and other environmental studies. And the entry comes from this summer's students at Great Duck Island, which is really cool because we're always trying to attract more young people into what we're doing.
Yeah, and I've been on Great Duck Island. It's an amazing place. So let me go ahead and play our first finalist in the dance contest.
the sirens calling their seductive songs. Hand me a lantern, I'll stand at the bow. You take the helm and steer clear of their sound. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the lighthouse. Gale or fair weather, let the truth be told. The light has been there since the days of old. Preserve the bounty, saved from the fight. May you have fair winds and keep a good light. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the lighthouse.
Okay. As I said, we'll be playing the rest of our finalists, going right into the 3 o'clock hour, and then we'll have the voting probably around 3:15ish, give or take a little bit. So we're going to do our first giveaway in just a couple of minutes. But first, we want to play a short musical segment and a really special, well-known maritime musician. So Jeff, we want to introduce that segment.
I sure will. And I just want to say about the dance contest that this was Jeremy's idea. And this is our second one or third one? Second one.
Second.
And it just is so much fun. And people from all over the country submit these videos. And it's just fantastic. It's just showing people going to a lighthouse, having fun. And it just makes me feel good. So good job, Jeremy, for getting that going.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next video, it's David Coffin is an American traditional folk musician specializing in actually maritime music. He's based in Gloucester, Massachusetts, and has performed throughout New England since the early 80s. The song you're about to hear is based on a poem that was published in the Boston Globe in 1905 on the day Graves Lighthouse in Boston Harbor was first lighted. First lit? First lighted?
Lighted or lit, interchangeable.
Okay. David is set to, David has set the tune to Bay of Suvla.
Or Suvla.
Suvla?
Yeah.
Bay of Suvla, so I should have practiced this. Bay of Suvla by Nicholas Smythe.
Or Smith, I'm not sure.
Smith, of the Dreadnoughts.
Yeah,
So
okay.
Hopefully you got that, and I didn't screw it up too much.
Yeah, there's not going to be a quiz on that, by the way. So
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and play this music video from David Coffin.
Which is very beautiful.
Out from the ocean's tumultuous breast, long, long hast thou lifted thy black jagged crest. Long hast thou ruled a cruel despot the waves at Boston's fair entrance, thou menacing Graves. Fiercer rage the waters, but fiercer their shock, when shattered to spray on thy breastworks of rock. Loud shrieks the wind, but more wildly it raves, when torn by thy summit, thou merciless Graves. Now thou art conquered, thy terrors are gone. Grim death is displaced, and life sits on thy throne. Secure on thy rock the light shines that saves and guides us to Boston, thou welcoming graves.
Okay. And at this point, I'm going to come out of screen sharing for a couple of minutes, and we're actually going to do our first giveaway of the day. And the way this is going to work is our co-host, Ralph Krugler, is going to join us, and he's going to do the honors of reading these trivia questions. And some of them are, some Lighthouse buffs might consider some of them easy, some not so easy. But anyway, Ralph's going to read these questions, and when he does, you can virtually raise your hand. Look at the Zoom controls at the bottom of your Zoom controls where it says raise hand. You want to click on that when you know, if you know the answer, click on raise hand, and whoever raises their hand first will be able to call on, and we'll have you unmute yourself and you can answer, and we'll let you know if you're right or not. And whoever wins, whoever does that and answers correctly, wins our first prize, which is going to be, let me find my place here. The first prize is going to be 2 nights at Point No Point Light Station. Jeff, you want to say something briefly about that?
Yeah, and to clarify, you will have your choice. It's just with the 2 lighthouses in Puget Sound that we have vacation rentals at are Point No Point and Point Wilson, so you'll be able to choose which one you want to stay at. But those 2 nights are in the historic keepers' houses on site, and it's a fabulous experience if you can get out here and enjoy that. And also, I wanted to mention that we're going to have everybody be on the honor system with regard to raising their hands, and we hope you will wait till the question is read before you raise your hand. No pre-raisers, please, if you can avoid it. You're all on the honor system.
It's like pre-buzzers on Jeopardy or something.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, so Ralph, you want to go ahead and read the first question?
I'd love to. First of all, thanks everybody for being on here. We really appreciate it. So here's the first question. What is the oldest light station in the United States?
Well, a whole bunch of hands went up at once. And actually, Susan, our friend from the New London Maritime Society in Connecticut, was the first person to raise their hand. So, Susan, I'm gonna let's see here. You asked to. Okay, I think you should be able to unmute yourself, Susan. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
There you go. Yes, we can hear you. And you want to give us the answer to the question?
Boston Harbor?
Absolutely. We'll accept that. Boston Light, Boston Harbor Light. Yes, absolutely.
Super, thank you.
1716. So, Susan, if you want to type in your information, how people can get the prize to you in the chat, go ahead and type it in the chat, and that'll be recorded, and we'll get the prize to you. Put in your email, email and phone number, I think is what we need. So, all right.
Congratulations, Susan. That's a $800.
Thank you. I'm enjoying your program.
Okay.
Very
Thank
nice.
you. All right. So we are going to move along here, and we're actually kind of moving into the second half hour, just slightly behind schedule here, but we're doing great. So at this point, let me go back into screen sharing. And Susan, you want to mute yourself. Anybody who's not, I think Susan, let's see here. Co-hosts, try to see who's, there's Susan. Okay. Co-host, keep an eye on unmuted microphones other than me and Jeff and other co-hosts. So we're going to go back into the videos here, and I'm just going to say a little bit about the podcast. Share.
The podcast was Jeremy's idea. First off, none of us knew what to think about it, but it's become a wonderful resource, and he's been so prolific. And the subjects he's covered has been across the board. So, Jeremy, good job on getting that podcast up and running and being produced on a frequent basis.
Yeah. Well, if you remember, I was originally hired 5 years ago to run the research catalog and a couple other things, but the podcast, I came up with the podcast idea soon after that, and thank you for liking the idea, because otherwise it wouldn't have happened. So I've done now about over 300 episodes, actually, about 295 numbered ones, plus some that aren't numbered. So it's been fantastic. I've really enjoyed it. So I'm going to play three short clips. These are a minute or less. And the first one, these are authors starting out here. And this one is Sophie Blackhall, who won the Caldecott Medal for the best children's book of the year a few years ago for this book, Hello Lighthouse. It's a great children's book. She's also the illustrator as well as the author. So I'm going to play a clip from Sophie here. I asked her, what is it about lighthouses that people love so much?
I have now asked this question all over the world. I've done a whole lot of school visits, mostly talking to children with this book. And I'm curious too, what is it about lighthouses? And I've had as many answers as you can imagine, as people have all sorts of reasons. And they range from those that I share, that lighthouses are majestic and romantic and compelling. But one child said to me what I have come to think of as one of the best definitions of a lighthouse. And he said they're like helpful castles in the sea, which sums up both the beauty of the form, the structure itself, and also the purpose that they serve, which is this steadfast guidance.
Guidance. Got cut off slightly there. But next, I'm going to play a clip from my friend Chris Mills, who's in Nova Scotia. He was a lighthouse keeper on both coasts of the U.S., in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and also in British Columbia, and then wrote one of my favorite lighthouse books, Vanishing Lights, about Canadian lighthouses, but also his own memories of being a lightkeeper. So I'm going to play a short clip by Chris here.
Why should people care about these places?
People should care on a number of levels because our respective countries were built on safe navigation. It was extremely important. Lighthouses such as Sambro at the entrance to Halifax Harbour in Nova Scotia guided immigrant ships into Halifax, into the New World, from whence they went to the States and to Toronto and to Vancouver and wherever else in the rest of the country. So they've kept our mariners safe. They've guided new people to our countries. They're part of the very bedrock and foundation of our countries because, in the sense that, I mean, your first lighthouse, of course, predates your union as your independence, and so does ours, Louisbourg, 1733-34. But they really laid the foundation for the settlement and the growth and development of our countries, and they're just neat places to see. They're gorgeous. It doesn't matter why you enjoy a lighthouse. If you like the scenery, if your father was a lightkeeper, if your cousin was a lightkeeper, if you just like the place, if something special happened, if you got married at a lighthouse, if your husband proposed to you or vice versa, they're special places on many levels, and as such, they're iconic. I know that's an overused word, but they've got to be saved, as many as we can.
By the way, that interview with Chris was recorded at the Days Inn, in his room at the Days Inn in Bar Harbor, Maine, just before both of us were narrating a lighthouse cruise with Bar Harbor Whale Watch. So I'm going to go to...
Before you play the next one,
yeah.
I think so just mention real quick, if you notice the first two clips were, I think Sophie is from England, right?
Australia, but she lives in New York.
Yeah, okay, so she's from Australia. And of course, Chris is Nova Scotia. So our good friend Barbara Paley, who is in charge of our Alcatraz Lighthouse project, pointed out to me correctly that the Lighthouse Society, although we were founded to save lighthouses in America, we've actually grown, and we consider all lighthouses in the world important. And that's why we offer international lighthouse tours, and we have lots of partners and friends internationally. In fact, even on this Zoom event right now, we have a few people from Europe signing in or joined in. So I just wanted to make that point that it's not all about America anymore. It's looking at lighthouses around the world and taking care of all of them.
Yep, absolutely. So I said I was going to play 3 podcast clips. That's not quite right. For now, just those 2. But I'm going to go to a film clip here from a wonderful documentary called The Last Lightkeepers by Rob Apps, who did that drone footage we saw earlier. And this is a clip that includes Eric J. Dolan, very well-known maritime historian who wrote the book Brilliant Beacons, History of American Lighthouses. And you'll also see Paul St. Germain, the longtime president of the Thatcher Island Association off Rockport, Mass. So I'm going to go ahead and play this clip.
Lighthouses are there to benefit everyone, regardless of where they came from, their race, their nationality, their creed, their beliefs. Lighthouses are a manifestation of a government's desire to make navigation for everyone safer. And in today's turbulent political times, I especially like to think about the notion of lighthouses being a beacon for the world, a welcoming embrace to those that are choosing to come to our country, to engage in commerce, be tourists. I think that's one of the things that causes a lot of people to have an emotional attachment to lighthouses.
What these lighthouses have seen over the years. What comes to mind immediately is the end of World War I, the Treaty of Versailles in Paris. Woodrow Wilson was coming back from the treaty signing. His ship, the George Washington, came upon Thatcher Island in the fog. The keeper who was here saw this ship heading directly for the island and ran down to the whistle house and turned on the foghorns and just kept blowing it and blowing it. And at the last minute, the ship turned. Subsequently, we found that Wilson was not the only president aboard. Also aboard was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was Secretary of the Navy at the time. But it's things like that that these lights have experienced.
Okay, I recommend that you check out the whole documentary, The Last Lightkeepers. That's one word, Lightkeepers. The Last Lightkeepers by Rob Apps. If you go on Amazon, you can download it from there for a very reasonable price. And for this month, Rob is donating any proceeds from the documentary to the U.S. Lighthouse Society. So check it out. It's absolutely, he's a wonderful filmmaker. And we hope to be working with him more in the future. I'm going to show another clip a little bit later. At this point, we're going to go to a greeting from William Rawlings. And Jeff, you want to introduce that? Jeff? Well, maybe I should.
I'm
Oh,
back,
there you
I'm
are.
back. Sorry about
Okay.
that. William is an award-winning author. The book's called Lighthouses of the Georgia Coast. He's also written several suspense and true crime novels, which seems appropriate. He's also written for our journal, The Keeper's Log.
Yeah, and he's been on the podcast as well. So let me go ahead and show William Rawlings.
Hello, my name is William Rawlings, and I want to congratulate the United States Lighthouse Society on its 40th anniversary. If you're not familiar with this fine organization, you should be, particularly if you're interested in lighthouses or should be interested in lighthouses. They are some of our most important historic treasures, not only here in the United States, but around the world. Lighthouses are, in many cases, remnants of things past, but also importantly, they're indications of the future as well. They have been incredibly important over the decades and really the millennia in terms of shipping and commerce, international trade, and other things. Here in the South, for example, during the American Civil War of the 1860s, lighthouses were vitally important to both the North and the South. And if you don't know about those, it's a fascinating tale from the Civil War. The thing about the Lighthouse Society is that it does education and in a very good manner. There are podcasts, and if you like YouTube, there are YouTube videos. There are tours, which are wonderful, seeing the lighthouses of both this country and around the world. There is the quarterly publication, The Keeper's Log, which has absolutely fascinating stories about lighthouses, lighthouse keepers, and the importance of lighthouses to our collective history, not only in this country, the United States, but around the world. August 7th is National Lighthouse Day. This date was chosen as a result of the fact that in 1789, the new American government passed the very first Public Works Act to take care of lighthouses, the Lighthouse Act, I believe it was called. This should indicate how important they were historically and how important their preservation and their education is. In short, I welcome this opportunity to give this statement and hope that you will look further into the U.S. Lighthouse Society.
Okay, thank you for that, William. I'm going to go right to another clip here. Whoops. There we go. And this is Shona Riddell in New Zealand. So again, we have another, we're hearing from another country here. I love this book that Shona wrote, Guiding Lights, about women at lighthouses around the world. So let me play this greeting from Shona.
Hi from Wellington, New Zealand, and happy birthday to the US Lighthouse Society. I'm Shona Riddell, and I'm the author of Guiding Lights, The Extraordinary Lives of Lighthouse Women. Hope the book plugs okay, Jeremy. Behind me is Pencarrow Lighthouse up on the hill. Hopefully you can see it over there at the entrance to Wellington Harbour, where Mary Jane Bennett lived for 10 years as the headkeeper from 1855 to 1865 with her 6 children. And as you can see, even today, it's quite a solitary, exposed outpost. It's automated now, but in those days she performed incredibly important, courageous work. And so I wanted my book to include these stories of brave lighthouse women who really did it tough. To hear more stories about brave lighthouse women, you can check out the Lighthearted podcast. And I think my episode with Jeremy was number 80 or thereabouts. It was a few years ago, and I really enjoyed recording that. So happy birthday. Hope you have wonderful lighthouse celebrations, and greetings from Wellington, New Zealand. Bye.
The interview with her was one of my favorite podcast interviews. Again, episode 82 of the podcast Lighthearted. So Jeff, you want to introduce the next video, which is from Canada again? Jeff, you there?
I keep forgetting to unmute myself. Sorry about that. This is the one, this is Barry Porter, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, so Barry Porter worked as a lighthouse keeper on the northeast coast of Newfoundland with the Canadian Coast Guard for 23 years. And he's the author of a book called Adventures of a Lighthouse Keeper.
A light keeper, as you can see right in front of his face, right here. Yeah, here we go. So here's Barry.
Good day, folks. My name is Barry Porter from Newfoundland, Canada. I was a lighthouse keeper with the Canadian Coast Guard for 23 years. I actually worked at this lighthouse for over 7 years. This is Long Point Tolling Gate in the province of Newfoundland, Labrador. This beautiful lighthouse was built in 1876 and is still a manned lighthouse. At this time, I'd like to congratulate the United States Lighthouse Society for 40 years of service, and hope you get another 40 years. I really admire the work that you guys are doing, and the best of luck. Last year I had the privilege to talk to Jeremy on your podcast Lighthearted. It was a great chat I had with him. And now I must get back to reading my book, Adventures of a Lightkeeper.
Yeah, Barry's great. And Barry might be in our, I know he signed up for this, he might be in our audience right now. If so, shout out to Barry and thanks for everything. So Jeff, would you like to go ahead and introduce our next dance finalist?
Okay, so this video is from Cape Canaveral, the Cape Canaveral Lighthouse in Florida. And it features students from the, and I always screw this up, is it Dusich or Dusich?
I think it's Dusich, but I wouldn't
Dusich,
stake my life on that, but I think it's
Dusich Dance Studio. And the studio's philosophy is that dance is fun. Well, we all know dancing is fun, as well as physically and mentally rewarding. Their classes are structured to teach the very young as well as the young at heart.
Okay, here we go. Second finalist in our dance contest.
Sails that's twice been sown. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. days of old. Preserve the bounty, safe from the fight. May you have fair winds and keep a good life. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the
And somebody messaged us in the chat. Laura says it's pronounced, and she put D-O and then usage. So I think that means Dusage. It's not totally clear to me, but I think it's pronounced Dusage. I hope that's right. But anyway, thank you to everybody for that entry. And Jeff, we'll move along to our, and by the way, when we get to time to vote, we're going to put all the entrants on the screen at once to refresh everybody's memory. Jeff, you want to go ahead and introduce this clip?
Sure. We're at Old Baldy now, right?
Yes, we are. Yep.
Oh, okay, just make sure I'm at the right place. So Old Baldy, which I've actually been to, the foundation itself is a nonprofit organization that works to preserve the lighthouse on Bald Head Island in North Carolina. It's a great place to visit if you never have. I highly recommend it. And Jake Grossman is the educator and collections coordinator for the organization.
I guess I gave us some time.
Yeah. Again, anybody who's not speaking should
Well, we
mute
can
your
specifically
microphone.
say, yeah.
Yeah. Thank
Anyways,
you.
this is Jake Grossman.
Yeah. So here we go.
Hello, everybody.
Whoops. Sorry, I clicked twice by accident. Let me try again.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jacob Grossman. I am the educator and collections coordinator here at the Old Baldy Foundation, and I am coming at you from atop Old Baldy, the oldest still standing lighthouse here in North Carolina. And I am representing the Old Baldy Foundation, and it is our pleasure to wish you and everyone at the United States Lighthouse Society a happy 40th birthday. We made it. We did it, everyone. But for real, it's a pleasure to be a part of this organization, because here on Bald Head Island, we are not just representing Old Baldy, but we're representing 3 different lighthouses, which stood right here on the island I'm on right now. Starting out with, of course, the first ever lighthouse ever constructed here in North Carolina. It was first lit in 1794. It's called the Bald Head Light. Unfortunately, due to changes of the hydrology of the river, due to building it a little bit too close to that river, that lighthouse only lasted until 1813, when they took down that original lighthouse and they reused the bricks as well as the original birdcage lantern room for the construction of Old Baldy, which I'm in right now, first lit in 1817, but we are also the caretakers of all of the lighthouse history here on Bald Head Island. So it's just absolute delight, an absolute pleasure to be a part of the United States Lighthouse Society. And once again, happy birthday. Let's get another 40 years at least. And I'm excited to get to see everyone's faces on the Zoom and get to see everyone's videos from all over the United States. And thank you again for having us here. It is our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Jake for that. Whoops. Jeff, are you hearing me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, it just it sounded differently to me, but anyway, everything's fine. So our next video clip is from Rhode Island, and Friends of Palm Rocks Lighthouse is a chapter of the American Lighthouse Foundation. That's an organization based in Maine. And Friends of Palm Rocks Lighthouse is dedicated to the preservation of Palm Rocks Lighthouse in East Providence, Rhode Island. And Alex Diaz, you see here, is the vice chairman. And I was there, by the way, in that room when that Fresnel lens was put on display, which was quite an experience with philanthropist Kurt Fosberg a couple of years ago. So let me play this clip from Alex.
I'm Alex Dias at the Palmer Rocks Lighthouse in Riverside, Rhode Island. I'm the vice chairman of the organization as well as the museum and maintenance director, and I'm one of the captains, and we wanted to wish you a happy 40th anniversary to the United States Lighthouse Society, and here at Palmer Rocks we keep a good light.
By the way, Mary Francis, one of our board members, is asking if I have the power to mute everyone. If I mute everyone, I think all the co-hosts will be muted too, but we just need the co-host to keep an eye on any mics that are open other than those who are speaking, and just
we
click on
need
them.
to designate an official shusher.
Well, I think any co-host has the power to do that. So anyway, let's move along here.
That was a joke, by the way.
I know. Sorry, I forgot to laugh. All right. So next we're going to go to a beautiful little video from Cedar Island in New York. It's not so much of a birthday wish, but I just interviewed a couple of people from there for the podcast, and it's a great project. So Jeff, you want to introduce this?
Sure. And before I do that, I want to remind people that Henry, our president, put the link to make a donation in the chat. So if you want to just click that link, it makes it easy to go to that page to make your donation. And I mentioned that because Cedar Island Lighthouse is next. And it's interesting that one of our members, who unfortunately has passed now, he was so moved by his trek out to Cedar Island, this lighthouse, when I was on a tour with him. He ended up donating quite a bit of money to the U.S. Lighthouse Society, and it helped us start our Lighthouse Preservation Fund. And so Cedar Island Lighthouse in Long Island, New York, is a lighthouse I will always cherish, just because it was something that caused somebody to want to save all lighthouses and help us do so. Anyway, so it was Cedar Island happened to have been featured on a recent episode of Jeremy's podcast. And the lighthouse has been abandoned for years and was gutted by fire in 1974. And now the Friends of the Cedar Island Lighthouse is working to restore it, as you'll see in the video.
Okay, so here we go.
A lonely, solitary structure. Once the shining beacon that helped guide mariners and whalers through a narrow waterway from Gardner's Bay to Sag Harbor.
A monument of a time past. Where lighthouse keepers patrolled and kept a watchful eye out for those that earned their living on the water.
Cedar Island Lighthouse is an icon to a past generation since lost, but not forgotten. A true testament to a simpler time.
A Long Island treasure that has lost its luster after decades of weather and neglect, but has not lost its hope or importance.
We need to remember these historical structures and help save and restore them. For once they're gone, they can never return.
We have a chance to make this once proud lighthouse that shining beacon it once was, and return it to its former brilliance.
It's up to us to cherish and preserve a part of Long Island's wonderful maritime history.
To restore the Cedar Island Lighthouse, go to cedarislandlighthouse.org.
Help us relight the lamp.
Okay, and again, to hear more about that, listen to, I think it was last week's episode of the podcast. It was extremely, or maybe it's still up right now, but anyway, it's easy enough to find. It's one of our most recent episodes of the podcast. At this point, we're going to do another trivia question for a prize. And I believe this prize is going to be a grab bag. Anything you want to add about that, Jeff?
Yeah, well, actually, it brings up a larger subject, which we have things that we're offering, collectible items for sale to help us raise money in this event. They're posted on our website, and I think Richard or Henry, maybe Richard can post a link to that page. We have a commemorative pin, commemorative patch. We have actually a commemorative passport stamp. So anybody who has a passport, if you want to donate and you get a passport stamp sent to you, we will do that. And also we have created a flag, the first ever U.S. Lighthouse Society flag to go along with the pennants. They're a little bit bigger, but we did it in honor of our 40th anniversary. So those are available. And we also have what we call grab bags. Now, the grab bag idea was the brainchild of Margie Rowland, one of our most wonderful volunteers who helps us with the tours and other things as well. I mean, she works so hard for the Lighthouse Society. But the grab bag, the idea of that is that basically you buy it and you get prizes. In this case, it'll be 7 prizes. It's like take a chance and see what you get. And we can tell you it will include a lighthouse collectible. It will include a I'm forgetting one other thing. A holiday ornament or Christmas ornament, but the rest of them are going to be a surprise. And of course, we're not going to tell you which ornaments or which lighthouse that you'll get. So you have the opportunity to buy those, and then you also have the opportunity to buy at a discount the collection of everything. So go check that out on our website when you get a chance, if that's something you want to do, the passport stamp or any of the collectibles for our 40th anniversary. And I said Richard will post that link in the chat. Now we're going to give away a grab bag. So whoever is a lucky winner of this raising of the hands, this is a trivia question, will get the first grab bag with a value of $50. Not so shabby.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. And
Okay.
again, Ralph's going to ask the question. And if you know the answer, click on raise hand, virtually raise your hand. We'll call on you and you can answer the question. So Ralph, you're on.
Sweet. I'm actually going to win this one. So I'm sorry, everybody, because I want that grab bag.
I don't know about that. Go ahead.
Okay. So here's question number 2. Ready? What is the oldest standing lighthouse tower in the United States?
Wow. Sherry is first on the list. Sherry Schock. Whoops. Sorry, you unmute yourself and I started to click on ask to unmute. So go ahead and unmute yourself and answer the question.
Hi. Is it Sandy Hook, New Jersey?
Ralph, you want to answer that?
Yeah, unfortunately, you're correct. So I don't win.
And Sherry, tell us, where are you from?
I'm from Hanover, Pennsylvania, which is near Gettysburg.
Great.
Sherry, you and I have met, I believe, in the
We
past.
have.
We have, yeah. So congratulations. And
Thank you.
In the chat, Jeff, to whom should she be sending? We don't want people to post it to everybody necessarily. Should she direct to somebody particular as far as the
Sherry,
information?
just send me directly your contact information to my email, jeff@uslhs.org.
Okay,
Excellent.
thank you.
And I'll send you your grab bag.
Great. Appreciate it.
Excellent. Okay, so at 2:06, not too bad. We're moving into our third half hour. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. And we're going to show another promo video done not too long ago. And this video uses the voice of the late, great historian F. Ross Holland, who I'm sure a lot of you have heard of. He wrote a number of lighthouse books, but he was involved in all kinds of historic structures and really was a pioneer in the field of lighthouse preservation. And I happened to record him at an event at Portland Headlight in Maine on August 7th, 1989, the bicentennial of the Federal Lighthouse establishment. So this recording is from that day in 1989. So let me share my screen here. And
the Society has an award named after him.
Okay, yes, we do. So here's that promo.
Americans love lighthouses. Artists and photographers find them picturesque. The dreamer finds them romantic. The boaters find them comforting. The navigator finds them helpful. The shore walker finds them peaceful. The historic preservationist feels they make a statement about a period of time. The historian is fascinated with the human and technological story they embody. And the idealist is drawn to them because they symbolize man's humanity to man. Americans generally like and respect their historic structures, but it seems to me there's a special place in their heart they reserve for lighthouses.
And all the video in that promo comes from our friend Pete Lero, an amazing photographer and videographer. Obviously does great drone footage. And I just did a workshop with him recently. I'll say a little bit more about that later because we're going to have a little video from Pete. So at this point, we're going to go to our next dance contest entry.
Jeremy?
Yep, go ahead. Yep.
Henry here. I just wanted to add something to how Jeff described the F. Ross Holland Award. It's an award that is managed by the U.S. Lighthouse Society, but it is in the name of the entire national lighthouse preservation community. So it represents not only the USLHS, but all lighthouse preservation groups around the country. So, and there's been something like 20 or so awardees in its history. So it's a pretty prestigious award. So,
certainly. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that, Henry. But it's named after an appropriate person for sure. So we're going to move on to our next dance entry. Jeff, you want to do the honors, introduce this one?
Sure. I think the song is now kind of embedding itself in our minds, and we're going to hear it another time. It's now the East End Seaport. So the East End Seaport Museum in Greenport, New York, in collaboration, excuse me, just one second, in collaboration with, I lost my place here. Okay, so sorry, the museum, let's start again here. East End Seaport Museum in Greenport, New York, in collaboration with the Butterfly Effect Project. The museum is the custodian of the Long Beach Bar Lighthouse, also known as Bug Light. The plan was to record a video at the lighthouse, but the weather prevented it, and the dance was done inside the museum instead. The mission of the Butterfly Effect Project, is to create safe spaces for girls to dream and succeed. Members of the program developed and rehearsed the dance, and other members helped to create the video.
All right, let's see this one. Our next finalist.
Meet me
thank you. Whoop.
From our journey, from many directions, we make our way home with tattered sails that's twice been sown. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse.
So thank you to East End Seaport Museum and the Butterfly Effect Project. I was at that museum last year with the USLHS Long Island tour. It's a great place. So I'm going to introduce a couple of podcast clips here at this point. This is Jim Pope, who sadly passed away a couple of years ago now, but I was lucky enough to interview him, and I knew him personally. I live in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and he lived in Kittery, Maine, just across the Piscataqua River here. Actually, he lived in Elliott, which is next to Kittery. He lived in Elliott, Maine, and he was widely known as the Pope of Elliott, by the way. But anyway, he was keeper for a few years at Whaleback Lighthouse, a wave-swept granite tower, and he talks about it a little bit here. So here it is. Would you be a lighthouse keeper again? If you could do it over again, would you do that again?
Yeah, I would. It'd be nice to have a little more room than walking around in a circle for 3 or 4 years. You know, like what was it, 16 feet, 18 feet at the most on the inside? And you was always climbing up and down, up and down. Everything was up and down, 70 feet. But you did it. I did it.
Well, it seems like you're proud of that period of.
Hey, I've done things nobody will ever do in the world again. That's how I feel. How many guys can say they was a lighthouse keeper? How many guys can run a tugboat for 25 years? Especially on this river.
Yeah, Jim was a tugboat captain out of Portsmouth for 25 years after he was in the Coast Guard. The other guy in this picture is Jim Wright, a videographer who actually did this interview, which was on video, but I took the audio and made it a podcast episode. So moving along here is Fred Mickelson, a former Coast Guard lightkeeper in the late 1950s at Conimicut Light in Rhode Island.
When you look back on your days as a lighthouse keeper, would you do it over again if you could?
Oh, definitely. Definitely, it was a lesson in lessons in so many things about myself, the difference between loneliness and solitude, a chance to use my imagination and to learn that I could do just about anything that I wanted to if I did a little research, and I may not have done it very well, but I could do it to my own satisfaction. It was really the time that I went from boy to man, and I appreciate that opportunity.
And next, Ian Duff, our friend in Scotland. I took this picture on a Scotland tour I was on in 2017. Ian is the vice president, I think he still is, of the Association of Lighthouse Keepers in the UK, a very active group. Let me play this clip from Ian.
I just loved it. As I said earlier on, I mean, I loved being at Skerryvore, lighthouse has been my hobby. I loved, as I say, at Skerryvore in the wintertime, you could stand down at the door, which is 30 feet up off the rock. You know, you have to climb up 30 feet off the rocks to get in the entrance door. You'd stand there and watch the sea for 2 hours at a time, breaking, you know, over your head at the door, jump back in, and then go up for your coffee at 11 o'clock in the kitchen, and then go back down, because there was very little work to do at a place like Skerryvore. You could spend hours watching the sea, and then, as I said, in a summer's morning, you up switching the light off, and you could look down and see all the seals lying there. I just loved every minute of it.
I love that accent. I can't do it because I can't roll my R's.
Yeah. It's interesting too, Jeremy, that people think that it's always often written that lighthouse keepers had a solitary, lonely life, and the job was really hard and what have you. But the more keepers I meet all over the world, the more I find that they loved it. And so I don't know if that's something that changed over the years. Maybe in history it was harder, but most of the keepers that I talked to, like Ian, loved the experience and cherished it.
Yeah, I think that's true. Well, even at the roughest place, there was always something to love about it. For sure. And this guy, Gerald Butler, is just an amazing guy. We did a Ireland USLHS tour 2 years ago. I think Margie's still in the room, and she and her husband Jerry led that tour, Margie Rowland and Jerry Rowland. And we got to meet Gerald in person, and he was in his uniform when he greeted us when we were over in Ireland. So let me go ahead and play a clip from Gerald here.
I was born to be a lightkeeper,
Right.
and I regretted tremendously the automation program because it took away a way of life. It ended a way of life. At the time, you see, nobody cared about heritage, nobody cared about history, nobody cared about any kind of preservation. Like anything could be ripped out of a lighthouse and discarded and modern stuff put in. Nobody would stop and say the Fresnel lens or the Fresnel lens, they're there for the last 120 years. So that didn't exist at that time. That was, yeah, unfortunate.
Obviously, that's changed, and people are more aware of historic preservation, and also the preservation of those beautiful Fresnel lenses, which we're going to talk more about before today is over. At this point, I want to move on to the Chesapeake chapter of USLHS. And Henry, if you're listening, maybe you want to say something about the chapter, because you certainly have a long and wonderful history with the Chesapeake chapter, Henry.
I do indeed, Jeremy. Thank you for that. Yeah, I cut my teeth, so to speak, with the Chesapeake chapter, gosh, starting back in 1994, 95. And like many of you, it was one of those things that I went on a tour and fell in love with the group, the camaraderie in the chapter itself, and started basically volunteering to help here and there. And before I knew it, my arm had been gently twisted, and I was the vice president and the president, and now here I am. Almost 30 years later, now as president of the U.S. Lighthouse Society. But the chapter is our strongest chapter in the society, and with the Thomas Point Shoal Lighthouse and all the other preservation work that they've done throughout the Chesapeake Bay, a lot of long-lasting friendships that I still have from people we work together, blood, sweat, and tears, traveling together, having a lot of fun. So good to be here to help introduce them. So Jerry, back to you, and introduce the clip here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. For people who might have come in late, Henry Gonzalez, who just spoke, is the president of the U.S. Lighthouse Society. So I'm going to first play a clip that was sent to us by John Potvin, who is basically the leader of the everything with Thomas Point Shoal Lighthouse in the Chesapeake chapter these days. So here's that first video. So, sorry, go ahead, Henry.
Are you going to show the Drew video now?
I am. Yeah.
Should I give a little background for that?
Sure. I just want to interject that I got out to Thomas Point Shoal Light which is the cottage style screw pile lighthouse you saw in a lot of those pictures. I went out there in May for the first time with John Potvin from the chapter and the photographer Pete Laro at sunset, and it's just an amazing place. So I wanted to get that in. Go ahead, Henry.
So this picture on the right, some of you may have seen on Facebook because we posted it there recently. So Tropical Storm Debbie came up the East Coast about a month ago now and wreaked havoc in the Chesapeake Bay area and totally destroyed the dock at Thomas Point Shoal Lighthouse. And so we had to cancel our tours for one weekend. But one of the problems that we have out at that lighthouse is we get a lot of visitation from uninvited seagulls, and they like to leave deposits. And it doesn't look too good when visitors come to on the tours and so forth. And so we have tried a lot of different kinds of seagull deterrence over the years. And not too long ago, John Potvin, our current lighthouse manager, was told that coyotes are a great decoy and tend to keep seagulls away. He was told that by someone at a marina, I think. And so he got one and fastened it to the deck at the entrance dock there at the lighthouse, and it was working fantastic until Tropical Storm Debbie came along. Yeah, that's not a real coyote that you see in the picture there. That is Drew. He got fastened to the deck. Tropical Storm Debbie basically picked up the entire deck of the dock, so to speak, and it was found floating several miles up the bay by the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. And so a bunch of John's colleagues went out to rescue the deck and Drew. And Drew decided he wanted to see home again. And so he went up parasailing with David Seitz, I believe, a friend of John, who's a great photographer as well, visits the lighthouse almost every day of the year. And so this was Drew's first experience parasailing, and that is Thomas Point Shoal, kind of in the middle of the page over to the right, 800 feet up the view he had. So Drew has become a media celebrity, and we'll get him back on to a permanent dock early next year. So do you have the actual clip? Or
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
Great.
Yeah, Drew was in place on the dock when I was there in May, but so I'm gonna show this clip of Drew parasailing here. So here we go.
So here we are up on the parasail, 800 feet, I think. Drew trying to sit on my lap. I don't think he's scared because you see what he's staring at. He sees home. This is so cool. All right, there's the lighthouse. There's Laura. There's Drew. And Drew says, I'm home, I'm home. Man, look how pretty the lighthouse looks, Drew. The lighthouse looks so small.
Wow.
No, Drew, you can't jump. You can't jump.
You can't go home, sorry. And definitely not from here.
Great little video, and they're braver than I am. I don't do any parasailing personally.
And Drew doesn't eat the seagulls. He just tried to scare them away. So please feel free to donate so we can buy coyote food for Drew.
Good idea. I didn't see any gulls when I was out there, so I think Drew was doing his job. So next, we're going to play a video from our friend Ralph Krugler, who, as we mentioned earlier, of course, the co-host today, has been reading the trivia questions, and he is the historian for the Hillsborough Inlet Lighthouse in Florida. So here is a video he submitted in his role with Hillsborough Lighthouse. Here we go.
The Hillsborough Lighthouse Preservation Society congratulates the United States Lighthouse Society on 40 years. In 1998, Wayne Wheeler, the founder and then president of the USLHS, brought a society-sponsored tour group to the lighthouse as it was undergoing its first complete restoration. That was 26 years ago. This is the Hillsborough Lighthouse today. We are currently fundraising for our second major restoration and hope to have the USLHS put us back on the tour schedule someday in the future. Hope to see you then. Once again, congratulations, and thank you for all you do for the preservation of lighthouses everywhere.
Thank you for that really nice video, Ralph. I'm going to move along here to a video submitted by Matt Reichling, who is a singer-songwriter, and he submitted a video of a song in progress called The Lighthouse. And we're just showing about a minute here. As I said, it's a work in progress, but he wanted us to tell people that he's done some recording inside lighthouses of various songs, and he'd like to do more of that. So if anybody's interested in having Matt come for a visit and record inside your lighthouse, the acoustics, of course, inside lighthouses tend to be great. So let me just play this clip from Matt's song here.
In the lighthouse we all go, on bended knee we give our souls. All the sailors on the sea see a light that's circling.
Was a slim.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
So thank you to Matt for that. And again, he's looking to record inside lighthouses on the east and west coast. So if you contact us, we can put you in touch with him if you'd like him to record at your lighthouse. Next, we're going to do another giveaway. I'm going to come out of screen sharing. And this giveaway is going to be for a 40th anniversary pin. Before we do the question, anything else you want to add, Jeff?
Nope. But we'll do the same thing as last time. Whoever wins the pin, you'll send me an email with your contact information so I can go ahead and get that to you. And my email address again is jeff@uslhs.org.
Okay. All right. Ralph, you want to read the next? And again, if you know the answer, click on raise hand and we'll call on the first person who has the right answer. Go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Number 3, what state in the U.S. has the most lighthouses?
I knew a lot of people would know that. About 1,000 hands went up at once. And the first person here who raised his hand is my good friend Joseph Smith, who we're going to see a video from later, a actor based in New York. And Joe, I think you're already unmuted. You can go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah, I would never hear the end of this if I didn't get this one right. That state would be the state of Michigan.
And you would be correct. Do you know about how many lighthouses in Michigan? You know, that's not, you don't have to answer that correctly.
Well, it's reported there's 129.
Yeah, you'll see numbers from like 110 to 130. So it depends, kind of depends on your definition of a lighthouse. But there's a lot. So you got the answer right. So you get the 40th anniversary pin. And again, send your info to jeff@uslhs.org. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for being here today. And we'll be talking more about you in a little while. Not behind your back. I hope you can hang around for a while. So thank you again. All right. So we're gonna move along here. If I can figure out where I am in the program here. All right, so we are officially entering our fourth half hour, and I'm going to play another video here. I'm going to go into screen sharing. You would think I know how to do it smoothly by now. Whoops, what happened? Oh, the background I have here, by the way, is I think I'm not sure who's talking, but make sure if you're not speaking that the mics are muted. Your mics are muted. This background is at Point No Point Lighthouse. One of the times I stayed out there in Washington, and I always like going out at sunrise and seeing the beautiful scene from the beach there. So that's what that is. So let me go ahead and play this video, which is it's pretty self-explanatory. Whoops, next video is pretty self-explanatory. It's called "Take a USLHS Tour." So. Okay, I'm gonna whoops. Come out of screen sharing, and I just want to.
The tours are actually a lot of fun, and if you can get a chance to go on them, they are a really important way that helps the Lighthouse Society support its mission. And even if you can't take one of our tours, you know, we've been everywhere. We've been all over America. We've been mostly all over Europe. If you're ever planning your own trip, you can count on us to help you with your itinerary. We'd be happy to do that and give you our contacts on things and help you plan your trip, even if you can't take one of ours, because we really encourage people to travel and see lighthouses. I mean, that's what it's all about. So any way you can get to them, go.
Yeah. I'm going to be co-leading with Tina Hans a Maine tour coming up in October. That is now sold out, but we're planning one in Cape Cod next year, September of next year. So watch for more news on that. There's always a great slate of upcoming tours. Henry, you not too long ago, you led one in Spain. I don't know if you want to say anything about all of that.
I did indeed. That was, gosh, time flies, almost a year ago now, September of last year. Wonderful trip along the Cantabrian coast, the north coast of Spain. Small trip compared to our typical ones because we had to get a smaller bus because a lot of the lighthouses up there, it's very hilly and roads are very narrow and lighthouses are hard to get to. So we had to keep it relatively small, but I especially enjoyed it because we got to visit several of the lighthouses that my great-great-grandfather was stationed at. He was a lighthouse keeper on the north coast of Spain from 1863 to 1904. So special to visit those places and to share the culture of northern Spain and especially the food and wine. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point because that's a big part of all these tours, the local culture, whether it's Maine or Spain or anything in between. You always experience a lot of local food and local culture as well as the lighthouses. Of course, the focus is on the lighthouses. And you also get into a lot of lighthouses you can't normally get into. So they're special in many ways. So again, check out uslhs.org. Just look at the tour section. You'll see what's upcoming with more information and so forth. So we're going to move along here. And actually what's next on the program is our next dance entry. Let me go back into screen sharing. And while I'm doing that, Jeff, you want to start introducing our next entry?
I'd be happy to, but first, if I don't say something about donating, my brother Richard's going to kill me. So I wanted to mention to everybody that, you know, technically this is a fundraiser. If you made a donation, maybe you consider make another one. If you have a friend or a family member who isn't watching, maybe you can get them to log in and make a donation, but we would really appreciate the support. So also we have the products for sale. I mean, the 40th anniversary products are online and those are available and those help us as well during this fundraiser. So please be generous.
And we're up to $1,975 so far. So do I hear 2,000? Keep it going.
$5 more, somebody.
Yeah, glad you said all that, Jeff. And again, on our backgrounds, you can't see them right now, but Jeff's background and mine and Ralph's, you see the phone number and the web address. Maybe somebody could post those in the chat again, but pretty easy to find on the uslhs.org site, the place for donations. So every donation helps, whether it's $10 or $1 million or anything in between. So go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, I suggest not putting $1 million on your credit card. That probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Okay.
The next dance video, it's our 4th entry, is from Spring Point Ledge in Maine, in South Portland, Maine, actually, to be more specific. It's in partnership with the Portland School of Ballet. Spring Point Ledge Lighthouse is the only caisson-style lighthouse in the United States that visitors can walk to. And the Spring Point Ledge Light Trust was founded in 1998 to make sure it's preserved. The Portland School of Ballet was founded in 1980 and is home to the leading classical dance training. Oh, and is home, I'm sorry, this wasn't written right. It's founded in 1980 and is the leading classical dance training school in Maine.
It was written right, just didn't read it right. Go ahead.
Oh, it's whatever. Yeah, this is my first attempt at this. The students in the video choreographed, performed, filmed, and edited it entirely on their own. And I'm sorry, Jeremy, this is not a criticism on your writing. It's a criticism on my ability to read it correctly.
No, that's okay. I didn't mean to sound sensitive, but anyway, I just want to say this is a great place to visit. If you go to the Portland, Maine area, a lot of people go to visit Portland Headlight, but there's some other great lighthouses around there, and this is one of them.
Well, and then your tour that's coming up later
we're going there.
you're going to go there, right?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a must-see if you're in that area. So let me go ahead and play this video from Spring Point Ledge.
Where the sky meets the sea, looking for a safe return from our journey. From many directions, we make our way home with tattered sails that's twice been sown. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the lighthouse. Far we may travel, whether right or for wrong. Hear the sirens calling their seductive songs. Hand me a lantern, I'll stand at the bow. You take the helm and steer clear of their sound. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the lighthouse. Gale or fair weather, let the truth be told. The light has been there since the days of old. Preserve the bounty, saved from the fight. May you have fair winds and keep a good light. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the lighthouse.
Okay, again, that's the fourth of the 5 finalists for the dance contest. And about a half hour from now, give or take a few minutes, we're going to show the 5th finalist, and then we're going to have the voting where everybody gets to vote for their favorite. So we're going to move on right now to another music segment. This is Katie Melati from Chicago. And I'm going to play the intro to her song first that she recorded a couple of days ago. She actually works as a resource, I think her title is Studio Manager and Resource Librarian for Eastlake Studio in Chicago. And I think she's in her workplace here in this little video. So let me play this first, and then we'll play her song.
Hello, I just wanted to say happy 40th anniversary to the US Lighthouse Society. Thank you so much for liking my song and for playing it on this stream today. It means a lot to me. I wrote that song when I was 18 and now I'm 23, so it's been a while, but I wrote that because I thought it'd be super dramatic and like so melancholy of me to write myself being a boat avoiding a lighthouse. because 18-year-olds are dramatic. But yeah, that's basically how I wrote the song and the story behind it. I hope you all have an amazing week, and thank you so much for watching.
All right, so now I'm going to play the song, and yeah, it's kind of dramatic, but I love it. I love her musical style. So here we go.
Just a passing ship full of holes in the damage. Oh, it runs deep. Scars like streams run up my body. I have crashed in a many of rocky shoals. But where is the safety that I have been promised? And where is the comfort that I deserve? These oceans are savage, and my soul has been ravaged, and no lighthouse could ever lead me back home. I'm so tired of all the storms that I go through. They bury me underneath. One moment I'm with the wind, sailing, but then the next I start to sink. And I hear an outcry of pity from seabirds, but no single one offers me some peace. These oceans are savage, and my soul has been ravaged, and no lighthouse could ever lead me back home. Home, and am I a fool for running away from solid sands that could want me to stay? Or will I just crash and burn in place? I'm drowning alone in a sea of pure longing dismay. But why can't I find my own happiness in me, in between the land and heartbreaking waves? These oceans are savage, and my soul has been ravaged, and no lighthouse could ever lead me back home. I could be the one to lead me back home.
The end. You know, I went back and forth with Katie the other day, and I told her my interpretation of the song, and I said it makes me think, you know, we all need lighthouses in our lives in the form of other people who can serve as lighthouses for us. We all serve as lighthouses for each other, but we're not gonna be successful unless we put something into it ourselves. So, you know, you can have a lighthouse leading you home, but you have to know how to navigate. You have to know how to work the boat. So to me, that's kind of what she's saying there, and she totally agreed with that. So some of the words might sound, the lyrics are maybe a little downbeat there, but I think at the end it has a happy ending. I can be my own lighthouse, basically, is what she's saying. So I love it, and I love her singing and playing style. So next, I'm going to play a short greeting here. This is Anna Crowley Redding, who wrote this great children's book called Courage Like Kate. It's about Kate Moore, a keeper in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Let me play this greeting from Anna.
I'm Anna Crowley Redding, and I'm the author of a picture book for children called Courage Like Kate. It's about the heroism of Kate Moore, who was a lighthouse keeper in Connecticut. And I could think of no better place to talk about the United States Lighthouse Service's birthday than right here at the Portland Headlight in Cape Elizabeth, Maine, which is where I'm lucky enough to live. I love this lighthouse, and I love Kate's story because it centers around that heroism, that courage, that sense of service, and that really is what's at the core of the United States Lighthouse Service. So that's what I'm celebrating today when I say happy birthday.
Thank you for that, Anna. She's also been a guest on the podcast, and the cover of this book is one of my all-time favorite book covers. You know, I have a collection of children's books, and of course I have this one, but I just love that cover. So I think we're about ready for our next giveaway. Sorry, just trying to make sure I keep my place on the program here. Yeah, we're going to do another giveaway, and this is going to be another overnight. Let me come out of screen sharing here. Okay.
And if the first person that won the overnight, if you could send me an email too, I didn't see it. I want to make sure I get that recorded. Again, my email address is jeff@uslhs.org.
Yeah, that was Susan from New London. And Jeff, if I'm not sure if she's still in the room or not. If she's not,
Okay.
I can certainly.
I got it. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, I know her contact info
Okay.
as well. Okay, so this is for the overnight choice of Point No Point or Point Wilson lighthouses in Washington State. And Ralph,
which by the way is an $800 value.
Right, not too shabby. So Ralph, you want to go ahead and read question number 4?
Okay, everybody's been doing really great, but please don't raise your hands till I get the full question out on this one.
Thank you, Ralph. Again, for those who've come in late, when Ralph reads the question, if you know the answer, click on raise hand in your Zoom controls at the bottom, and we'll choose. We won't pick on them, but we'll call on the person who raises the hand first to answer the question. Go ahead, Ralph.
Okay, so question number 4: the flashes 1, 4, 3. From which lighthouse do romantics interpret the signal as "I love you"?
A couple of hands went up right when you first.
That's why I told you people.
I mean, before you finished the question,
I saw Kim Phelan at the very top.
Yeah, Fallon. But she's not there anymore.
I did it again.
But she's not the top there. She must have lowered her hand, I think.
Did you lower your hand, Kim?
So Gail Kerosy is actually
hold on a second.
Yeah?
Did Kim, you raise your hand? Did you lower it?
Kim's not answering, so I think Gail is.
You're muted.
No, I thought the question was ended when I clicked the first time, and then he went on, and so then I felt rather foolish.
Okay, all right, you hesitated there.
Well, it's a technicality there. So, okay, so Kim is not answering the question, right? So Gail, if you want to unmute yourself, you can go ahead and answer. Gail Kerosy. Gail, you have to unmute yourself so we can hear you. Well, Gail isn't. There she is. Okay, Gail, go ahead. Nope, still not unmuted. Let me try that again. Ask to unmute.
You have to, Gail, you have to look for
click on your microphone icon down the lower left of your Zoom controls. That should unmute you. Well, I'm clicking ask to unmute here. I can't unmute her myself.
In the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, Gail.
Yeah. Da 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 da. Give you a few more seconds.
We didn't take technical challenges into the
right.
Into the guidelines there.
Gail, if you want to type the answer in the chat, we'll give you just a little bit of time here to do that. Again, Gail, if you want to type the answer to the question in the chat right now, we'll watch for that. Meredith is on deck to answer the question.
Well, I'll tell you what. if Gail,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. She Gail to put in the chat, and she got got it wrong. She said Graves Lighthouse, and that's wrong. So Meredith, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, Meredith, you want to answer the question? Click on the mic icon. Meredith, are you hearing me? Or answer in the chat.
I wonder why they can't unmute themselves.
I don't know. Meredith, either unmute your mic by clicking the lower left microphone icon, or answer in the chat, please.
Ralph, maybe repeat the question.
Sure thing. So the question one more time. The flashes 1, 4, 3. From which lighthouse do romantics interpret the signal as "I love you"?
Jeremy,
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. Gail just put in the chat, it is not working when Jeremy unmutes us. Well, I can't unmute you. You have to unmute yourself. I can click on ask to unmute, and a message should come up asking you to unmute, but you have to unmute yourselves. So I can't do that. So Meredith, you're up. I'm going to click ask to unmute again, and you should either be able to unmute yourself by clicking the mic icon on the lower left, or type in the
okay, so Meredith is just Gail's responding now.
Yeah, she says it doesn't work for her, but I'm not sure why this would be. Susan's worked before. The two earlier people worked, I think. So
so I have a suggestion. If Meredith can email me the answer to the question,
or she can do it in the chat.
Wait, let me finish that to jeff@uslhs.org. If she gets it right, she will win 2 nights at one of our vacation rentals. But let's move on and let another person go who can actually talk to us.
Okay. My friend Sharon Mills, who lives just across the Piscataqua River in Kittery, Maine.
No, Connor's next.
Oh, Connor, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Connor, you want to, I think you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hey,
sorry
Jeremy,
about that. I almost skipped over Connor.
Jeremy, this is Rich. Just a suggestion. Why don't we just have them answer it in the text?
Well, that's what I was saying. If we can't get them to unmute themselves, they can answer in the chat. I think Jeff was suggesting email instead, so that everybody doesn't see the answer if it's wrong. Connor, are you able to unmute yourself? Click the mic icon on the lower left. I don't know why it's not working now. I didn't change anything in the controls or anything.
Connor, are you able to answer the question in the chat?
You can answer in the chat, Connor.
Or hold up a piece of paper with the name.
Yeah, you could. Are you able to do that? Okay, show and tell. I don't know why the unmuting was working before, but not now.
It's funny how we were ahead of schedule. And
Well,
like this
not so much anymore, but we were. Suspense is killing me.
Wait, what do we got here?
Can anybody read that? I think it's right. I think it says minus ledge.
Pull it up a little bit, Connor. Up higher. Yeah.
Minus ledge is what it said.
Yeah, and that is correct. Yeah.
Yay!
Yay! Yay! So sorry to the others. But
yeah,
anyway,
and Meredith, if you email me, I will honor the award for you if you get it right. Well,
okay.
Obviously, if you email me, yeah.
Great. So Connor, email your information to jeff@uslhs.org, and we'll get that taken care of. Excellent. All right. So again, I don't know I didn't change anything there, so I'm not sure what was happening. But we're going to move on here, and I'm going to go back into screen sharing. And next, we have a couple of more video clips. And here's our friend Teresa Levitt. And Jeff, would you like to introduce Teresa?
I would very much so. Teresa is a professor of history at the University of Mississippi. Her acclaimed book, A Short Bright Flash, told the fascinating story of Augustin Fresnel, the French physicist who changed the world with his invention of a revolutionary lighthouse lens in the 1820s. And all of us know about Augustin Fresnel. And in my opinion, Teresa's book is one of the best on the subject. It makes the learning about the history of Fresnel lenses interesting and fun. So I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I would say it's the best book on Fresnel lenses and one of the best lighthouse books, period, ever
Yeah.
written. It's a really, really good book, a short bite flash. So here's Teresa.
Hello and happy birthday to the U.S. Lighthouse Society. I want to congratulate you on 40 fabulous years. So I was just thinking about lighthouses recently when I was watching the Olympics being held in Paris. They were showing shots of the Arc de Triomphe and the Champs-Élysées. And it brought me back to a moment almost exactly 200 years ago when the Arc de Triomphe was just being built. It was actually still under construction, but it was the tallest building in all of Paris at the time. And so a young engineer named Augustin Fresnel decided he was going to use it to test out a new lighthouse lens that he had just developed. So he climbed up the scaffolding himself. He actually had to do all of the adjustments and arrangements with his own hands. And he sent an assistant of his out to some hills outside of Paris, about 20 miles away. And then they waited till nightfall, until it was completely dark. And then he lit up the lamp behind his lens. And he said it was funny to watch all of the people down on the Champs-Élysées down below him, because it shot out like this huge beam of light, and they like looked around kind of shocked, because it was as if the sun had risen in the middle of the night. It was the brightest light surely that Paris had seen. So it reminded me of just how intertwined the stories of lighthouses and their technologies are with the bigger story of human achievement, of civilization, and the triumph of the human spirit. And I wanted to thank the U.S. Lighthouse Society for making sure that these stories stay alive for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you to Teresa for that. I just want to mention in the chat, Jim Bowles just said, I think Connor was on a cell phone before when he was trying to answer. Jim Bowles says, swipe your phone screen right to the tape to speak. Not quite sure exactly what that means, but I'm not used to getting on Zoom via phone, so I guess the unmuting works a little differently. So if that comes up again, we'll try to get it to work that way. I think that was the problem there. All right. So next we have, whoops, I clicked twice by,
My
whoops,
name is Augustin
I clicked
Jean
that a little
Freinet.
prematurely there. Let me go back for a second here. So next is our,
Hello and happy birthday.
okay, here we go. All right, next is our good friend Joe Smith. He was the winner of one of our trivia questions a little while ago. Joseph Smith has been a theatrical performer based in New York City since 1995. He has written and performed a portrayal of Augustin Fresnel, the inventor of the Fresnel lens, of course, revolutionized lighthouse lighting, and he has performed the program in many venues around the country, including some in New England here. And I've seen Joe's presentation, I believe 3 times now, and Joe and I actually had dinner down in New Jersey while the Hereford Inlet Lighthouse was about to have a celebration, and he performed there. So I'm going to go ahead and play a video from Joseph Smith here, or I should say from Augustin Fresnel.
My name is Augustin Jean Freinet, inventor of the lens that bears my name, and which changes lighthouse technology forever. Illuminating the seas, saving lives, and creating new light in new venues yet to come. Actually, my name is Joseph Smith, performing artist of living history, and it's been my honor and joy to perform and portray Augustin Jean Fresnel for various lighthouse and maritime organizations. And I just wanted to stop by and, well, celebrate the 40th anniversary of the United States Lighthouse Society. They are a beacon, and they are just a wonderful organization, not only for those who know quite a bit about lighthouses, but someone who's comes in new, not knowing the terrain. And they are certainly, as Monsieur Fresnel would say, a beacon of strength, a beacon of hope, and a beacon of light. So to my friends at the United States Lighthouse Society, and to all the lighthouses, not only across the United States, but around the world, keep shining your light.
Thank you, Joe. And Joe, if you're still in the room here, I just want to give the opportunity if you want to add anything briefly to that. Joe, if you're still here, you can.
Yeah,
if you want.
I'm still here, Jim.
There you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for hanging in there.
Oh, well, I mean, this is a telethon. Come on, you gotta stay from beginning to end.
I'm thinking we should have had you play Jerry Lewis for this.
Oh, no, that's okay. Actually, I wanted to make sure that people don't think that I wear this clothing all the time. So I wanted to wear some 21st century clothing for this occasion. But I just wanted to thank the United States Lighthouse Society for all you do when it comes to the resources you provide, whether it's grants, whether it's education, whether your wonderful podcast, which I've been honored to be a guest on, and just the tours and everything. It's just not only for for people who are in the lighthouse and maritime community in terms of working there, but just for people who love lighthouses. It's just such a wonderful resource to really get involved. And I am proud to say that recently I became a beacon myself. I am a beacon member of the United States Lighthouse Society. So keep doing what you're doing and keep shining your light.
Thank you so much, Joe. You are a beacon with the program you put on. You're a beacon for lighthouse enthusiasts, for providing that information for people and entertainment as well. So we really appreciate you being here today. So at this point, it's a really exciting point in our program here. We are going to show our 5th and final finalist in the 2024 Lighthouse Dance Off. And then we're going to have the voting for the winner of our Dance Off contest. Jeff, you want to introduce the last finalist here?
I do, but before that, I wanted to make an announcement that one of our longtime members and friend, Pat Sullivan, has offered a donation challenge. For the next hour, she'll match any donation that anybody makes up to $400.
Wow.
So
thank you, Pat. That's fantastic.
Yeah, so if you feel like doubling your money, make the donation now.
Yeah, just repeat that one more time, Jeff, for everybody. If you could.
Yep, if you make a donation before 4 p.m. Eastern time, that it'll be matched 1-to-1 by one of our great members, Pat Sullivan.
Excellent. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Jeff. So you want to go ahead and introduce the last finalist? Jeff?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I was spacing out there for a minute. That happens.
It happens. Okay. It does happen. Yeah.
Our 5th finalist in the Dance Off is the second video entered by the Cape Canaveral Lighthouse Foundation in Florida. They entered 2 different videos with 2 different sets of people. This time featuring the Encore Dance Academy. So a totally different organization altogether. They just happen to use Cape Canaveral also. Both of the videos from Cape Canaveral were filmed by John Winkup with assistance from Mike Piana, and Mike also did the editing on both. Encore Dance Academy is dedicated to enhancing the love and spirit of dance with every individual who walks through their doors, striving to provide quality training for small children to adults.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. And I just want to mention that we never said that an organization or a lighthouse couldn't enter more than once. So we're very happy to get 2 entries from Cape Canaveral Lighthouse. So
well, it's like two different dance troupes.
Absolutely, yeah.
Cape Canaveral as their inspiration, which is okay.
Correct. Yeah. But I just wanted to make that point. So let's go ahead and play this.
Sails that's twice been sown. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share Take the helm and steer clear of their sound. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the gale of fair weather, let the truth be told. The light has been there since the days of old. Preserve the bounty, saved from the fight. May you have fair winds and keep a good light. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the gate of the lighthouse. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, the time has come. I'm going to go back for a second here because I don't want that to start playing quite yet. The time has come to vote. Somebody asked me in the chat a minute ago if the voting is going to be in the chat. It's not, although that's a backup in case anything doesn't work here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to advance the next slide, and you're going to see all 5 of the finalists playing at once on the screen in little thumbnails, basically, with the song playing softly. As that's playing, I'm gonna, right as soon as it starts playing, I'm gonna launch a poll. Actually, I think I need to do that first. I need to come out of screen sharing. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this. I need to come out of screen sharing. Then I need to launch the poll. So you can start voting at any point. So you should all be seeing a poll on your screen. Are people seeing that? Yep, I see the people are voting already, so you're obviously seeing that. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And as I said, I'm going to go to the next screen and start the 5 videos playing all at once.
And you can move the poll thing out of the way if you want to look at the videos.
Right. You're not seeing it on my screen, are you?
I see it, but I'm saying it shows up in the middle of the screen. So if you want to look
Right.
and remind yourself about the videos, you can slide the box over to see the video.
No, I know, but I was wondering if you saw it on my screen, but I don't think you are. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and go to the next screen here, which is all 5 videos playing at once. And when the song ends here, it's about 3 minutes, 40 seconds, thereabouts. When the song ends, that's the end of the voting, and we'll announce the winner. So this will refresh your memory, especially for anybody who came in late and missed any of the earlier entries. You can see them all playing at once here. So cast your vote now before the song ends. The votes are coming in. Still got a couple of minutes here. Be sure to, if you haven't already, cast your vote.
We've got 166 people, 67 people signed in right now, but only 127 votes.
Yeah,
So
it's going up though.
Yep.
129
Make your selection,
now.
folks.
130. Yeah. So most people have voted, but not everybody.
And you're only allowed to vote 3 times.
I think with this, Henry, you said your experience with these polls. I think people can only vote once. Is that,
Yes.
is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just playing with y'all.
Yeah. No
Vote
conspiracy.
often and vote early.
No conspiracy theories here. You can only,
Not at
only
all.
vote once. Yeah.
I lost the poll. How do I get it back?
I'm not sure. Somebody just asked, how do I get the poll back? I don't know if you close it. I don't know how I don't think there's any way for us to get it back to you. If you want to, you can, if you want to cast a vote, whoever just said that, in the chat, you can direct a message just to me, Jeremy D'Entremont, and I'll be sure your vote is counted, because I don't know any way to get it back for you on the screen.
No, once you vote, it's gone.
Well,
If
I
you
don't
did
think she
vote.
voted, but somehow she must have closed the window or something.
On the bottom right.
Thank you.
Oh, can you
Yeah,
still?
there's the 3 dots for more, and it says polls
Okay.
at the bottom.
I don't know for sure if that'll bring it up, but hopefully it does.
Well, let me close mine, and I can do it. Yep, it pulls it right back
Oh,
up.
good. Excellent. Thank you, Cassandra.
Mhm.
So, about almost everybody in the room right now has voted. Just a few who haven't. 91% of the people have voted. We're almost at the end. So, if you haven't voted, do so now. Yep, a couple votes still
Well,
coming in.
While people are doing this and listening, just want to remind everybody about the donation challenge. We're going to double your donation up until 1 o'clock Eastern time. So if you feel like doubling your money for the U.S. Lighthouse Society, this would be a good time to make a donation. And you can do it on our website, or you can actually call. If you look, our phone number is right above my head, and you can call the office. People are here, and we'll be happy to do it over the phone if you don't want to do it online. So remember that.
And he said
Okay.
1 o'clock Eastern time. He meant 4 o'clock Eastern time.
Yeah, 4 o'clock Eastern time. Sorry about that. Yes, thank you, Henry.
The other Eastern time.
Yeah, the other.
Okay. We're about to close up shop on the voting here. I'll wait till the videos are totally over. Oh, they're playing again now. I don't want that to happen. So, okay, I'm going to the next screen here, and you see stills from each one. So the voting is over. I'm going to click End Poll, and I see who the winner is. Okay, so who wants? I'm going to come out of screen sharing here. Who wants to do the honor to announce the winner?
I think
Jeff, you're
Joe
seeing.
should.
Joe, you're not able to see it though, are you? Or are you? You able to see the winner, the
You have-
poll?
You
You
have
are.
to click share results.
Oh, well, I'm not sure I want to do that. We don't necessarily want everybody to see all
Okay.
the voting. I think Joe, I can let you know though. I'll text you, Joe. Just give me a moment here.
Jeremy, you could just send him a direct message in the
Look,
chat.
Rich, Joe, can you unmute yourself? I guess we should find that. Oh yeah, he can.
There
Okay.
we are. Hi.
Yeah. Yeah, just give me a second, Joe. I know the suspense is killing everybody.
So are you texting me?
I'm texting you on your phone.
Okay.
And then I'm just double checking to make sure I got it right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You should be seeing a text, Joe. Are you seeing it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You want to go ahead and announce the winner?
Yeah. The winner of the, what do we call it? The 2024
2024 Lighthouse Dance Off.
is Cape Canaveral Encore Dance Academy.
Yes. Yay.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. It was a great video. It's certainly deserving. All the videos are deserving, but I'm very pleased to announce that winner. So somebody, I'm sure there's people in the room, obviously from Cape Canaveral / Encore Dance Academy. Becky from Cape Canaveral. I know we've been in touch by email recently, so you can send me the information we need to. There is an award for this, a cash award. And by the way, Jeff, I don't know if you want to say anything about this, but we have decided to honor all the youth entries in this with a special award as well.
Yeah, well, go ahead. You go ahead and tell everybody what we decided. Jeremy, that's fine.
Well, I believe we decided that each of the youth entries get $100, and the winner gets the whole thing gets $250.
We felt it was important to support all these organizations because they took the time to make the videos, and we thought they all were good. It was hard to make selections, so we want to honor all of them.
Definitely. So thank you again to everybody, and these are all posted on YouTube already, and all the videos, all the entries are going to be posted on YouTube in the coming days. So far, only the finalists are on there, but on the USLHS YouTube channel, all of them will be on there soon. We're going to play a compilation video a little bit later today, but at this point, we have one more short entry. And Jeff, you want to introduce that while I go to screen sharing?
I sure do. So all the entries are done, but in a moment you're going to see. Oh no, I'm sorry. I take that back. We're going to play this last entry we're going to do is from Save Alligator Lighthouse Organization. The Save the Alligator Lighthouse Organization. That's right. And that's an organization working to preserve the Alligator Reef Lighthouse in Florida. It's one of the offshore lighthouses off the coast of Florida. And you'll see that we only used a small portion of the song, and there's no actual dancing, but we thought it's pretty special anyway, so we wanted to give them an honorable mention award and show everybody what they submitted.
Yeah, it is pretty special. So here I go. I'm going to play that.
Far we may travel, whether right or for wrong. Hear the sirens calling their seductive songs. Hand me a lantern, I'll stand at the bow. You take the helm and steer clear of their sound. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the
So I think everybody can see what we mean about that being a very special entry. It's one of a kind, obviously. I wish we knew the name of the mermaid. I'm going to say Ariel. Isn't that the most famous mermaid, I think? So anyway, that was a really unique entry. I was amazed by how she's swimming in between the supports, those metal supports of the lighthouse. It's pretty amazing. So let's see here. Next, we're going to have a video greeting from our friend Pete Laro, who's an amazing photographer. You saw his drone photography earlier in one of the promos I played earlier. And I just did, the photo on the top was just taken by Pete a couple of days ago with his drone. That's Little River Lighthouse in Cutler, Maine, almost all the way up the coast. The lower right picture, I cheated a little bit, and that's one of mine that I took during a workshop that Pete did in Maine just a couple of weeks ago. I was very fortunate to take part in that. And I learned how to do night photography. I was always impatient with that before, but Pete's a great instructor. So I took that picture during our workshop at Pembroke Point Light. If you look closely, you can see the Milky Way towards the left side of the sky there. So let me go ahead and play this greeting from Pete Laro.
Hi guys, this is Pete Laro from Laro Photography. We're here at Petit Manan Lighthouse running a photography workshop. Wanted to wish a happy 40th birthday to the U.S. Lighthouse Society. Please make as many donations as you can. The money all goes to a good cause of restoring and keeping the lighthouses going for us. We're out here now doing some night photography, hoping to catch some Milky Way pictures. We've been at Halfway Rock, Little River Lighthouse, and we're going to be visiting other lighthouses on future trips. So please call in and make those donations today.
Thanks to Pete for that. He just sent that to me a couple of days ago, as he's on this with this group right now doing photography on the northern Maine coast. And again, if you want to learn more about Pete Lerro, his photography and his workshops and everything, go to Lerro, L-E-R-R-O, photography.com, lerrophotography.com. All right, we're going to do another giveaway now, and this is going to be another of the 40th anniversary pins. And let me come out of screen sharing. Okay, and Ralph, I see you're hanging in there, Ralph.
Still here.
Yeah, so I think we're up to question number 5 now, if you want to go ahead and read that. So, and again, if you know the answer, click on raise hand and we'll call on you, and hopefully you'll be able to unmute yourself. If not, we'll figure out another way to do it. So go ahead, Ralph.
Okay, number 5. What is the tallest lighthouse tower in the United States?
Jared is number 1. So Jared, if you are able to unmute yourself, please do so by clicking on the microphone icon. Yeah, yay. All right, Jared, you want to go ahead and answer the question?
The answer is Cape Hatteras Lighthouse, North Carolina.
Absolutely correct. 100% correct. Congratulations to Jared. So if you could, Jared, if you could email your information to jeff@uslhs.org. Again, jeff@uslhs.org. And everybody needs to lower their hands who just raise their hands. Thank you so much. Maybe next time, the rest of you. So good one, Jared. We're going to move along here. We're moving into officially our next half hour, and we're right on time, which is pretty amazing. I'm amazed I was able to schedule this so tightly. So I just need to figure out where I am on my papers here. All right. We're going to go to another video now. Let me share my screen. Okay. All right. So this is going to be a video, actually, this isn't from a different film. I showed you something from Rob Apps's film earlier. This is actually a trailer, what I've been told is called a sizzle reel, to get attention for an upcoming documentary called Labor of Love. And this charts Dave Waller's incredible decade-long journey to turn Graves Lighthouse in Boston Harbor, a granite wave-swept tower, into a vacation home in the middle of the ocean. And this documentary is directed by Kim DiVincenzo. I'm not sure if Kim is in the room, but if not, she's provided a video that I'm going to show after the trailer. So let me go ahead and play this.
I don't think I ever gave a crap about lighthouses, but it was such a cool place.
I think I saw it actually on the Globe.
I signed up to be a bidder, not intending to buy it or anything, just to go look.
I thought to myself, that's extraordinary. They're selling a lighthouse in the middle of the ocean.
I was just blown away at the view of the whole city and just the majestic beauty of it.
You will never be able to put a house in the middle of the ocean. So I was just intrigued. How does the government allow this?
Well, let's try to bid on it. It looked cheap enough, but a bunch of other people thought so too. So the price went up and up and up.
The Globe was like, wow, that's really expensive.
Yeah, and we start to play these mind games.
I got kind of mopey and was like, well, I guess we're not going to get the lighthouse after all.
And he's like, who is bidding against me? I was just really interested in what they were going to do with it.
It was really beat up. I guess the classic fixer-upper.
Like What's the plan?
The thing that always makes me smile is the idea that everything has to be curved.
If you want to drive a cabinet maker out of their minds, have them build a round kitchen.
These things had to be brought by boat and then brought up several stories.
And we're gonna more up.
The entire purpose of a lighthouse structure is to hold up a lens.
To be able to put a lens back into service is incredible.
This lighthouse sitting in the middle of the ocean was built in 1903, but which town it belongs to, if any, hasn't become an issue until now.
We got a little surprise in the mail from the town of Hull's assessor's office, and it was a tax bill.
The town also plans to enforce the need for building permits and inspections at the lighthouse.
They asked the court to issue a temporary restraining order.
And they fined us $25,000 a day for not pulling a building permit.
This is serious money.
Who the do they think they are?
You're not going to plow my road. You're not going to take out my trash.
Do you really want to like fight City Hall? I said, yeah, actually we do.
You just want money and you can't have it. We relied entirely on New England-based craftspeople.
You have people with all different skills coming together and contributing to the project.
The mattresses were made in Portland. All the carpentry was done on Nantucket or in Maine. It's an army that's doing this. It's not my project. There's a lot of people involved, and they all feel a real sense of pride and ownership in it too.
A lot of people have passion for things, but they don't have the ability to make it happen.
I think that if you put your mind to it, you can get almost anything done.
So the U.S. Lighthouse Society is a supporter, and you saw the clips of the helicopter lifting parts of that Fresnel lens that Dave Waller has created, lifting it the pieces up to the top of the lighthouse. I was there that day about a year ago. It was pretty exciting to see that, and a little scary, but everything went very well. So next I'm going to show a clip from Kim DiVincenzo, the director of that documentary. Kim, if you're here, virtually raise your hand so I see that you're here. She wasn't sure if she was going to make it, so I don't think she's here, but she provided this video. So let me go ahead and play it.
Hi, U.S. Lighthouse Society. I hope you enjoyed our sizzle reel and can see the potential of this incredible preservation and restoration story. My name is Kim DiVincenzo, and I'm the producer director. I spent most of my career in corporate advertising, doing commercials and creative concepts, and this will be my first feature, which I'm really excited about. I didn't set out to make it a documentary initially, but after learning more about Dave and Bobby's story, I just became really fascinated by it all. The process, the bidding war, the renovation, the battle with the town of Hull, the installation of the lens. It was just so unique and foreign to me that it just really became a true passion project of mine. And since I was so blown away by this story, I figured others would be too, especially if you have an affinity to lighthouses or home renovation. It really is a house in the middle of the ocean. So where are we at now with the project? Well, we filmed 60% already and are looking to raise $300,000 more to finish the film and distribute it. We're looking for a combination of investors, brand sponsors, and donations. And all contributions are tax deductible through our fiscal sponsor, the Film Collaborative. So if you're interested in learning more about the project, I'm happy to chat with you. If you know somebody that might be, please let us know. You can reach out to me directly at laboroflovefilm.com. On there, you'll find my email and phone number, and I'm sure Jeremy can also put it in the chat here. So I really appreciate the support. Thank you all for watching, and I look forward to sharing the finished film with you in the future. Have a great day.
And I just realized I'm remiss. I should have typed this information in. I'll put it's laboroflove.com to learn more. Laboroflovefilm.com. Laboroflovefilm.com is the website to learn more about her film on Graves Light, and all her other contact info, email and phone is on there. And it's a great project, and we at the U.S. Lighthouse Society will certainly do what we can to support it. But Kim's a great filmmaker, and Dave Waller is such a good subject. So I'm wondering if we want to say anything about where we stand fundraising wise at this point. Let me come out of screen sharing for a moment. And Jeff or anybody else, do we have any numbers or anything? I know
we actually just got a phone call a few minutes ago from somebody who donated $1,000. Who wants to remain anonymous. So it's really generous. Thank you, whoever that person was. Right now we're at about $5,000 in donations. So that's really wonderful.
Yeah. And this, again, this will all be posted on YouTube, and we'll be sharing it on social media and so forth. So if you don't donate during the event, you can donate certainly after the event. Of course, that's ongoing anyway, but this is a 40th anniversary effort to raise some money. So again, every penny is very much appreciated.
And remember, everything that comes in up to 4 o'clock is going to be doubled.
Right. So we have 20 more minutes on that, 2021, 4 o'clock Eastern time. Yep.
We will also be offering the 40th anniversary goodies through the end of the year. So even if you don't pick them up now, we'll still have them available, including the grab bags through the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. All right. So let me share my screen again. And all right.
Jeremy?
Yes, Rich.
This is Rich. Just so everybody knows, I am putting the link for the donations in the chat. So just to make it easy, if you want to just check on the link, you can go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Rich. Yeah. And I think the phone number has been seen a number of times, but might want to remind people of that as well. So next I'm going to play another podcast clip, just one quick clip at this point. This is Ken Morton, who owns Sandy Neck Lighthouse in Barnstable. I've interviewed quite a few private lighthouse owners on the podcast over the last 5 years, including Dave Waller, who you just saw, owner of Graves Light. But I love what Ken Morton says here about owning this lighthouse on Cape Cod. So I'll go ahead and play this.
There aren't that many people who can say, I own a lighthouse. As a talking point, it's hard to beat. The Sandy Neck Lighthouse is kind of an icon of the region. Pride's not the right word, because I feel like pride is something you should have if you've actually accomplished something. But it's really kind of joyful to be the guy in charge of this Cape Cod, Barnstable icon that, you know, it's in the Cape Cod Times almost weekly, it seems, just because there's nothing better to take a photo of. At some point in the future, as sea levels rise, there's going to be an issue about just how much effort are we going to put into not letting this fall into the water. But we're not there yet. And it looks great with its new coat of paint right now in 2021.
All right. And by the way, you see, I took that picture of Ken at the top of the lighthouse on the right back like 20 years ago. And at that point, it had been a headless lighthouse for many years. There was no lantern on the top. And he worked with a chapter of the American Lighthouse Foundation, based in Maine, to have a new lantern fabricated. And you see how beautiful it looks with that new lantern there. So that's seen by a lot of people going in and out of Barnstable Harbor on Cape Cod. So next I'm going to play a video from Alaska about Eldred Rock Lighthouse. And Sue York from that organization, you are in the room. Okay, so let me go. Hi, Sue. Sounds like you're on a phone, but hold your thoughts for a second here. Let me play the video, and then if you want to add anything, we can do that. So let me go ahead and play the video from Eldred Rock.
Remote southeast Alaska, home of Lynn Canal, the longest and deepest fjord in North America. Winter storms are harsh here, with winds gusting over 90 miles per hour. Near the northern end of Lynn Canal sits a 2.5-acre island, more of a rock, really. For decades, a lighthouse has sat on this rock, serving as a beacon of hope and safety. This towering structure with its steadfast light has guided countless seafarers through the treacherous waters and safely to harbor.
It's the oldest original lighthouse in the state. Eldridge Rock was built in 1905 and commissioned in 1906. There's a lot of desire to keep this structure still here.
And it's historic relics like this that we're trying to preserve for future generations. Still a very comforting sign to any mariner when a dark night and seeing a light, knowing positively where they are.
The purpose and the mission of Eldridge Rock Lighthouse Preservation Association is to restore, preserve, and share this beautiful lighthouse with the public.
And make sure that the lighthouse stays standing for another 100 years.
Eldridge Rock's lighthouse has aided many mariners, and now it's time for us to help save the lighthouse. By supporting lighthouse restoration efforts, we can ensure that this guardian of the sea continues to stand tall, guiding us with its timeless light. Join us in preserving our maritime heritage. Together, we can save Alaska's oldest lighthouse.
What a great video. I'm going to come out of screen sharing because Sue York, who you just saw in the video, is here.
Yeah.
There you are, Sue.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing you, but I'm hearing you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah, I'm at the ocean. So we missed having an Alaska tour to give a private tour to last summer. I didn't get there, but you can view the lighthouse, Eldridge Rock, from the cruise ship. So if you take a Southeast Alaska cruise, you would see it going as long as your ship goes to Skagway. But we are we're on track. Just got the windows replaced, and we're really working hard to have a limited public opening in 26. So hope to see people up there.
Fantastic. I've been following this since you were on the podcast, 3 or 4 years ago now.
Yeah, a few years ago now, COVID.
Yeah. We need. Oh, was it during COVID? Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
we need to do an update at some point on what's going on there on the podcast.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So,
Thanks. Happy anniversary.
thank you so much. Thank you for providing the video and for being here today. We really appreciate it. So, Jeff, I don't know how it happened because I thought I had this planned out pretty carefully, but we're actually, like 10 minutes ahead of schedule right now. I have no idea how that happened, but it's not a bad thing. So I don't know if you want to interject anything at this point. I can move along here. Any
No, I think
jokes
we
or
should-
song? You want to sing any songs or anything?
No, nobody wants to hear me sing a song. But I think we should keep moving along.
All right, sounds good. All right, back to screen sharing. And here's my friend Bob Trapani. A lot of you know Bob. He's the executive director of the American Lighthouse Foundation, which has its headquarters at the Owl's Head Lighthouse in Midcoast, Maine. And the foundation has a number of chapters, including my local one here, Friends of Portsmouth Harbor Lighthouses, that I've been involved with. And Bob is really one of the leading lighthouse preservationists in the country. He's also an author and a great photographer. I know his son, Dominic, who is also a fantastic photographer, was in the audience. I'm not sure if he's still here now, but father and son are both incredible photographers. So let me go ahead and play a greeting from Bob Trapani. Whoops, wait a minute, what happened? Okay, here we go.
Hi, my name is Bob Trapani. I am the Executive Director for the American Lighthouse Foundation, which is located at Owl's Head Lighthouse in Maine. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish the United States Lighthouse Society a wonderful 40th anniversary. Talk about a phenomenal milestone. I know in the lighthouse community, we often think some of our best history was when those lighthouses that we love so much were staffed by keepers and their families, and then automation came, and maybe we think lighthouse history is not as cool as it once was, maybe not as important, but actually it's very cool still, it's very important yet, and maybe even more so in this changing world that we keep seeing around us. So as I wish the United States Lighthouse Society a happy 40th birthday, I'd like to share with everybody that what the Society is doing in the fields of education, preservation, and just being an ambassador for lighthouses is important. The job of saving lighthouses is a team effort, and we need leaders like the United States Lighthouse Society to continue to shine a bright light on not only where lighthouses have been, but where they're going. So happy birthday, U.S. Lighthouse Society, and here's to another 40 years.
Bob makes a great point there. He said it's a team effort. It absolutely is a team effort. We're all on the same team, and that includes U.S. Lighthouse Society, American Lighthouse Foundation, and all these individual lighthouse organizations around the country. Also, of course, the Great Lakes Lighthouse Keepers Association, very active in the Great Lakes region. But there are so many people working to preserve our lighthouses, so it's all very much a team effort. So even though we're a few minutes ahead of schedule, I think we should go ahead with our next giveaway, our next trivia question. So I'm going to come out of screen sharing again. And this time we're doing another grab bag. So for people who might be new in the room here, I don't know if you want to say anything about the grab bags before we do this, Jeff.
Sure. And the grab bags are part of our overall 40th anniversary commemorative items that we're offering, including a passport stamp, which you only can get by purchasing it from our website, a pin, a patch, beautiful pin actually, 1.5 inches square, a patch 3 inches square, and of course the flag. If you have a flagpole, or even if you want to just drape it on your wall as an art piece, it looks good, or hang it on your wall. And of course the grab bags, which was Margie Rowland's idea, and I love the idea. And it's going to be a bag which includes 7 items. All surprises, but it will include a lighthouse miniature of some kind, an ornament, and 5 other little goodies. So we're charging $50 for them. So if somebody wins it, it's a pretty good value. So good luck to everybody.
All right. And I want to mention that there's like 10 more minutes left in that challenge of that matching donation. So people want to get their donation matched in the next 10 minutes. But of course, you can donate anytime, but certainly today would be a good time to do it. So at this point, we're going to do another giveaway. And this one's going to be for a pin, the 40th. No, I'm sorry. It's for a grab bag. I just said that. So this is for a grab bag. And we're up to question number 6, Ralph. And this one's a little harder, I think, than the previous ones. So if nobody gets it, we'll move on to the next one. But Ralph, you want to go ahead and read question 6. And again, whoever, if you know the answer, after Ralph reads the question, click on raise hand and we'll call on the first person. Okay, go ahead, Ralph.
Okay, number 6. What was the most expensive lighthouse ever built in the United States?
Okay, we got a few. Connor again. I think, whoops, I think we're allowing multiple. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Connor. You were the first one. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Was it St. George Reef, California?
It was. Very good. Yeah. St. George Reef, California, remote wave-swept lighthouse cost $715,000 when it was built between 1882 and 1892. And that's about, how much money is that in today's money, Ralph?
It'd be about $25 million.
Okay. I'll bet, with the way things have got, everything has gotten more expensive these days. I'll bet it'd be like $1 billion if they built it today. But anyway, Connor, so again, you also won earlier. Just make sure that Jeff gets your information.
You don't have to, Connor. I made a note of it. You're fine.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So let's see. We're a little ahead of schedule, but that's not a bad thing. I think we're just going to keep plowing ahead here. I'm going to go back to screen sharing, and I'm going to play a video that was put together to promote this event. So I took off the closing titles, but it's still, I think, pertinent to what we're doing here today. So let me go back in here and find my place. Okay. So here we go. All right, moving along here. Next is a video from Andy Robinson, another good friend to the Society. Andy is a student at Bowdoin College in Maine. A couple of years ago, when he was still a high school student in Palo Alto, California, Andy started the California Lighthouse Society as a chapter of the U.S. Lighthouse Society. So he's quite an amazing young man. And let me go ahead and play this video from Andy.
Hi all, my name is Andy. I'm a rising sophomore at Bowdoin College, and I just wanted to share a little bit with you today about why I love lighthouses so much. So when I was really young, about 4 or 5 years old, I saw lighthouses in a children's cartoon, and I remember asking my dad for a picture book of lighthouses. And so he got me this huge picture book. It's falling apart now, but it's still somewhere around, with these really vivid images of lighthouses. I think the images were from like the early 2000s, and it really captivated me, and I remember just pouring through every image and sort of being in awe. And over the next couple of years, I was fortunate to get the opportunity to visit a whole number of lighthouses in the California Bay Area, where I'm originally from. But I think what's kept me so captivated by lighthouses is this whole community that surrounds lighthouses, organizations like the U.S. Lighthouse Society that are so committed to preserving these structures. And I really hope that, with the help of organizations like the U.S. Lighthouse Society, more and more people, particularly younger people, can have the opportunity to experience that. I wanted to also very importantly, give a huge shout out to Jeff Gales, Jeremy D'Entremont, Skip Sherwood, and so many other people at the U.S. Lighthouse Society. They've always been so tremendously kind and welcoming, and I just am so incredibly thankful to them and all the work that they do. And I'm so grateful that we have people who are pushing so hard to make sure that lighthouses are preserved, protected, and celebrated. So happy 40th anniversary, everyone, and happy National Lighthouse Day.
Yeah, a little bit late for National Lighthouse Day, which is August 7th, but I think he sent that to me around that time. But So thank you, Andy, for that. We certainly look forward to working with him more in the future. And again, it's great to see so many young people getting interested in lighthouses.
Hey,
Yeah, go
Jeremy?
ahead, Jeff. Or
No,
Henry, go ahead.
Henry here. So first of all, I just wanted to comment about Andy and about Connor as well. I think we're in fine shape for maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 years from now. I'm seeing some potential U.S. Lighthouse Society historians. Jeremy, if you can hang around for another 10 or 15 years, I think we've got some folks that will be able to come in to replace you about then.
Well, that goes for you too. Yeah.
But actually, what we're going to do here in the near future is getting younger folks involved with the Lighthouse Society is an important part of our way ahead. And we're going to be reaching out to people like Andy and Connor and other folks and try to, get some more ideas from them of what we can do to attract folks that might be using different technology than we are and so forth, and see if we can get some action going there, because we want to capitalize on the kind of energy we saw here and on some of the videos that we saw in the dance contest as well. So if you all have any young folks, any ideas, please contact Jeff, Jeremy, myself, as we try to reach out to younger folks to come join us. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Henry. I'm glad you said that. I'll just mention too that I'll be posting a new podcast episode, as I usually do, tomorrow morning. I post them every Sunday, and tomorrow's podcast episode is an interview with another very impressive young man named Christian Tabor from New York State, 17 years old, still a high school student, author of a book called Be Your Own Navigator, a really good book. And he's written for the Keeper's Log, our magazine, and had something on our news blog when he was 12 years old. So I hope you can all listen to that in tomorrow's podcast episode. All right. So next, unless anybody else has anything to interject right at this moment, I'm going to go ahead. Well, go ahead, Henry. Yep.
1 minute left in the match donation challenge. So ding, 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 ring that bell, ring the fog bell. And if you haven't done your donation yet, jump on that last few seconds here of the challenge from Pat. Thanks again, Pat. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Pat. All right. So next we have a video from Maine. This is Marshall Point Lighthouse. I know a lot of you are familiar with it. It's a favorite of a lot of people. And this video was submitted by Diane Heath, who is the publicity coordinator for the Marshall Point Lighthouse and Museum. So let me play this.
Welcome to Marshall Point Lighthouse and Museum in the beautiful coastal village of Port Clyde, Maine. The lighthouse property includes the light tower, a lovingly restored keeper's home, a summer kitchen, barn, and the original oil house. Within the keeper's house and summer kitchen is a museum featuring exhibits which highlight the history of the lighthouse and the St. George Peninsula. The museum is staffed and cared for by an army of about 60 dedicated volunteers who work to preserve and share this special place in Mid-Coast Maine. The lighthouse is featured in many commercial photo shoots and in the movie Forrest Gump featuring Tom Hanks, whose character concluded his cross-country run on the walkway of Marshall Point Lighthouse. Our museum and gift shop are open daily from late May to early October, and visitors can find books, sweatshirts, hats, and more to take a memory of Marshall Point home with them. A well-stocked research room allows visitors to view photographs and documents pertaining to the area's history. Among our collections are extensive local historical volumes, including the Lighthouse Keeper's logs, in which they recorded the day-to-day weather and happenings at Marshall Point. The walkway to the lighthouse was damaged by unusually strong storm surge and high tides during back-to-back winter storms in January of this year, but we are hoping to make repairs and restore access to the bridge in the coming year. Until then, the grounds are open 365 days a year from sunrise to sunset, and the museum and gift shop are open until the end of our summer season on October 14th. We hope to see you here at Marshall Point Lighthouse and Museum, and we'd like to wish the United States Lighthouse Society a very happy 40th anniversary.
Yeah, I'll just mention that our main tour will be going there in just a few weeks. And she mentioned the damage to the footbridge there that has closed the lighthouse probably until next year. Also, the road to the lighthouse was torn up by the storms in January and was closed for quite a while, but at least that's repaired now. But there was tremendous damage at lighthouses on the coast of Maine and here in New Hampshire by those storms and extreme high tides back in January 10th and 13th, back-to-back storms. Okay, we're gonna play another little video here, and Jeff, if you want to do the honors of introducing this one comes from Sweden.
Yeah, I love this. We did a Zoom event where we featured all different types of places you can stay at a lighthouse, and this came in from Sweden. So this is a Paternoster. Did I pronounce that right?
That's
Yeah,
exactly right.
Paternoster is a small group of islands off the west coast of Sweden with a lighthouse that was built in 1868. And since 2020, this lighthouse has been operated as a small hotel. Look at that, right in the middle of the ocean on a rock there. Eric Neeson Johansson is a partner in the hotel, and he made a great presentation as part of our Zoom event. I think you have a snippet of that here, right?
No, this is actually a greeting he did just a couple of days ago for us.
Okay.
But that whole event that you just mentioned is on YouTube. All these past Zoom events we've done are on the USLHS YouTube channel. So that one, I believe we called Stay at a Lighthouse virtual event, and it's easy to find on our YouTube channel. Before I show this, I just want to mention Joe Rivers texted me and said before, when I posted the address for the website for Labor of Love film, the film about Graves Light, I said Labor of Love film.com. It's actually Labor of Love Films, plural.com. So I just wanted to mention that. All right, so let me play this video from Eric here from Sweden.
Hello, this is Eric Nissen Johansson from Sweden, and I'm at the Paternoster Lighthouse in the archipelago between Denmark and Sweden, north of Gothenburg. And everybody here at Paternoster Lighthouse would like to wish you a happy birthday. It's your 40th anniversary today on the US Light Association, and a big hooray from us. I also wanted to show you this beautiful day, a little piece of our summer activity, which is an outdoor exhibition. With photography printed on aluminum, so it's withstand all the. Look at that beautiful piece. It's from an American photographer called Christy Lee Rogers, and she takes pictures of people underwater, and it becomes this almost oil painting like pieces. So we have 18 pieces around the island for people to see, and they can come here when it's nice enough weather. So from everybody here at Paternoster Lighthouse outside the archipelago of Gothenburg, a big hooray for the US Light Association. Hooray and congratulations.
So it's a great little video. US Lighthouse Association, well, it was close with the name of the organization. But we'll let that go. But nice enough, very nice of Eric to provide that video. So next, Jeff, we're going to show a little video of Browns Point Lighthouse in Washington. You and I visited there together last year. Do you want to say anything before I play that video?
Yeah, I love this little lighthouse, or light station, I should say. It's at the southern most part of Puget Sound, and they just actually restored their lantern room on their little tower. and they have a vacation rental option there in a beautiful historic keeper's dwelling. They also have the original boathouse still standing and set up as a maritime display, which is really unusual. A lot of the boathouses have been lost over time. So great property to go see. And Jim Harnish, who is making the presentation, is a good friend and has been there for years as a lighthouse preservationist.
Yeah, he's a great host that day we visited a year or so ago. So let me go ahead and play this.
It is the late 1800s, and Tacoma's waterfront is booming thanks to timber and the city's growing population.
When Tacoma began to become more and more of a shipping center, they needed a lighthouse to direct ships into the port. They built a permanent lighthouse in 1903. It was a wood lighthouse with a kerosene lantern. The first lighthouse keeper came in 1903, Oscar Brown and his wife Annie. They were here by themselves, no roads, no electricity, no water until 1921, so it was a very difficult life. When they realized they needed a new lighthouse, in 1933 built this concrete lighthouse, an Art Deco style, which was unique among lighthouses around.
Over the decades, the lighthouse and grounds fell into disrepair until a joint effort led by the Point's Northeast Historical Society completed a massive renovation, restoring the site to its former glory.
The lighthouse has always been the icon of Browns Point. We have restored all 7 buildings on the property and have them open as museums that people can visit.
Not only can you visit Browns Point Lighthouse, you can spend the night here as well.
We restored the cottage to then have it as a lightkeepers program, so people could rent it and experience a little bit of how the lightkeepers lived in the early 20th century.
We have the 1903 Lighthouse Keepers Cottage, and that is where Mr. and Mrs. Brown lived, the first lighthouse keepers, to occupy that house. 3-bedroom house, main bedroom downstairs, which was Oscar's office, and the 2 upstairs bedrooms with sweeping views looking north and looking south. We made it look as if that's what the house would look like in 1920. Many people have written that it's the most unique place to stay because you're in the middle of a park with the public and the most awesome view in town.
History and tranquility. Browns Point Lighthouse continues to shine.
All right. You know, it's kind of an unusual little lighthouse, you know, that maybe some people think is beautiful, maybe some not, but the grounds and the keeper's house there are just among the most beautiful I've ever seen. This is absolutely gorgeous there. They've done a great job. And the lighthouse I like too. I shouldn't put it down. It's a nice lighthouse. So next I'm gonna play a video from Beavertail Lighthouse in Rhode Island.
Before you play that, I just got a message from Jim Malone. He is going to one of our members and Passport Club district inspectors. He's going to match donations 1-to-1 for another hour up until 5 o'clock Eastern time.
All right, Jim.
We got another match challenge. So
yeah, I know Jim. He's a fellow lighthouse nut, of course, and I've done some lighthouse travels with him actually over the years. Thank you so much.
I prefer the term lighthouse geek.
Well, okay, yeah, I'll accept either term. I'm a geek and I'm a nut, so either way. So I'm going to play a video from Beavertail now. And I just want to make the point again, as Jeff, I think we both mentioned earlier, we had so many submissions to this event that most of the videos are edited down to fit in. But we are going to post the videos in their entirety on YouTube. And in case my friends Linda Warner and or Varajan Karentz from Beavertail are in the room right now, this is edited down a bit. But again, the whole thing will be posted on YouTube, and we really appreciate all these submissions for this event. Let me go ahead and play this from one of the lighthouses, probably the best lighthouse in Rhode Island to visit. It was certainly one of the easiest, and there's a great museum there as well.
Welcome to the Beavertail Lighthouse. Located on the southernmost tip of Jamestown, Rhode Island, the Beavertail Lighthouse and Museum features a collection of information, artifacts, and narratives about the history and the site of the third oldest lighthouse in North America. Restoration of the buildings and light tower began in 1983, and the museum opened in 1989 as part of the Rhode Island State Parks Association. The nonprofit Beavertail Lighthouse Museum Association was organized in 1993 by a dedicated group of volunteers and docents, some of whom still serve the All-Volunteer Association today in all its endeavors to preserve the site and the buildings for future generations.
I like the Star Wars style title there at the end. Coming out of screen sharing, because I think we're going to do another giveaway in a moment, but I just want to mention, as far as the length of this event, I think Jeff and I originally talked about it being 6 hours, and then we thought, well, that's too long. And then we went down to 3 hours, but then we got so many submissions and everything, we raised it to 4 hours and then 5 hours. And just so you can plan accordingly, I think we're going to go a little over 5 hours, probably not by much, but just want people to know that, you know, if you haven't already put the coffee on and popped some popcorn, this is the time to do it, because we're going to be here a couple more hours. So we're going to give away another pin, 40th anniversary pin at this point. And Ralph Krugler, who's still hanging in this, I'm going to let you read the next question. And for anybody who's new in the room here, again, if you know the answer, and I should mention that we just, if you've already won something, don't answer again. We want everybody to have a chance. So just one item per winner. So if you know the answer to the question, click on raise hand. So you virtually raise your hand and we'll call on you. You can answer. So Ralph, let's see, we're up to question 7, right? You can go ahead and ask that. Yep.
Okay, now, again, I think I should win this one because the answer to this is actually my dog's name. So there might be a little clue for you. Before the days of electricity, what was the nickname of a lighthouse keeper?
Nick Rosati has his hand up first. So Nick, if you can unmute yourself, click the mic. There you go. Okay, what's the answer? I see you're apparently in a cave there, Nick. But that's
I'm kind of hiding in the dark right now.
Yeah, you can go ahead and answer the question. What's the answer?
Is the answer a wiki?
It is. Is that the name of your dog, Ralph?
Yes, it is.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Congratulations. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
So if you could email your info, your address, name and address to jeff@uslhs.org, to Jeff Gales, and they'll get that out to you. And while we're on the subject of dogs' names, I don't think we mentioned what Jeff's dog's name is. You want to mention that, Jeff?
Everybody knows my dog, Augustine, short Augie.
Yeah, Augie Doggy, and you're a doggy daddy. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Augie he's got tremendous personality. I love seeing Augie when I visit out there. So let's see. So we are officially in the next half hour, even though it's quarter past the hour here. So I'm going to keep moving along here. And next, we're going to see a kind of an unusual video that I think of it as sort of a palate cleanser here. It's a beautiful video visually. This is Cape Blanco Lighthouse in Oregon. Those of you who have visited the Oregon coast. Whoops, sorry, that was not where I thought I was in the. Okay, here we go. Anybody who's visited the Oregon coast knows how gorgeous the whole coast is. And this is from Cape Blanco Lighthouse. And I'm told the guy who put this together, unfortunately, I don't have his name in my notes, but is an award-winning, I think actually Academy Award-winning cinematographer. So it's a beautiful video. It's just got music set to it. The lighthouse is in it a bit, but it's all the scenery around there. So, and it's a couple of minutes long. So let me go ahead and play this video from Cape Blanco, Oregon.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? You're muted, Jeremy.
Sorry about that. You know, I haven't muted myself the whole day until just now. And of course, I forgot to unmute myself. So thanks. I was just saying what a beautiful video that is. And thanks to the Cape Blanco Heritage Society. There was a little bit of the dance theme in there as well, as you could see, which was nice. So next I'm going to play this video from Chris Ninsel. Chris is a USLHS member, I think has been for quite a while. And he wanted to contribute something to our event today. He has stayed at Point No Point and also at the New Dungeness Lighthouse, kind of a sister lighthouse out there in Washington, and managed by our friend Chad Kaiser, who's also done a lot for the U.S. Lighthouse Society. So I'm going to play this little video, a clip of the video from Chris Ninsel talking about staying at those places. Then we're going to talk a little bit more about the overnight stay programs at Point.
Fair warning, the sound is a little bit off on this. It's a little quiet, so you got to really listen to hear what he's saying.
Yeah, a little wind too, but okay, here I go.
Hello, my name is Chris Ninsel. My wife, Teresa, and I are society members. We have had the great fortune to spend multiple days at both the Point No Point and the Dungeness Cape Lighthouse. Both of these Washington sites feature simply outstanding coastal locations west of Puget Sound. Even more remarkable, as guests, we can stay overnight at the well-maintained original keepers' residences. At Point No Point, Hansville, Washington, we stay at what can be described as a two-story condominium. It dates back to the late 1800s. New Dungeness is unique in that guests, typically 3 couples, 1 per bedroom, stay for a full week. During your week, you enjoy the relaxation being on a coastal wildlife refuge. You host folks who hike out from the mainland with tours of the campus, the museum, and the lighthouse tower.
So I added those photos. The photos of New Dungeness were taken when I was out there this past spring, Jeff. A bunch of us went out.
An amazing photo. Was that Mount Baker in the background?
Yes, yes. Chad Kaiser showed us where to get that view, so can thank him for that. So let me come out of screen sharing for a few minutes here. Well, actually, let's see. Shall I play the Point Wilson and Point No Point videos we have first, and then we'll talk about overnights for a few minutes, or we can do this either way?
Well, I mentioned the overnights real quick, and we can play the videos. But the staying at a lighthouse as a keeper, whether it's a vacation rental or a keeper experience, it's a great way to have a lot of fun, of course, but it's also a great way to support those nonprofits that are trying to keep those places open. So I encourage everybody, if they can, on their own, to go to these places and stay the night. And we have a really great resource on our website that lists all the available lighthouse vacation spots that you can rent by state. And Richard, if you're there, Richard will go ahead and post a link to that page of our website so you can check it out if you didn't know it existed. But it outlines everything, every possibility basically by state. And as I said, it's not only a great way to have fun, but it's a great way to support the nonprofits as well. So I encourage you to get out there and stay at night at a lighthouse.
We just got word another nice donation of $500 just came in. Jeff, do you want to say something again about the matching donation from Jim Malone?
Yeah, it's going to be going on for another 45 minutes. So if you want to make a donation, this will be a good time to do it.
Yeah. So Jim is matching donations for the next 45 minutes.
Sounds like you already hit it.
Yeah, well, definitely.
Hit which? Well, we're up to, I don't know what we're up to now, but I think it's at least $8,000 or $9,000 raised so far. So we're doing well. Thank you, everybody, so much for donating. So let's go.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's go to the videos of Point Wilson and Point No Point.
So this video of Point Wilson that you're about to see was made when we first started the project. So it's a little dated, but I think it's a great little news video to see.
Okay, so here's Point Wilson.
This is the Point Wilson Lighthouse at Fort Worden in Port Townsend. And this is the man whose mission it is to keep the beacon shining bright so everyone can enjoy it.
My name's Jeff Gales. There we go. Which is the perfect last name for a lighthouse person. I'm the executive director of the U.S. Lighthouse Society. I've always liked it windy. I really love it up here. It's a special view, that's for sure.
The actual light was updated and automated in 1976. The historic buildings, including the lighthouse keeper's home, still stand. But nobody has lived in them for decades, and the buildings are in rough shape.
The salt air and the wind and the water and everything combined makes it more difficult to restore a light station than most other historic structures. And our goal is to not just restore the building behind me, the duplex, but to rehabilitate all the structures on the property and open them all to the public.
This last summer, the nonprofit U.S. Lighthouse Society and community volunteers got to work restoring this place to its 1913 grandeur. The Keeper's House, with its view of the lighthouse, will be fully restored and ready for guests in the summer of '22. But you can already stay here at the Chief's House for about $300 a night. That money goes toward getting the rest of the storm-tossed site ready for more lighthouse lovers to spend the night.
This is an amazing location. This spot is special on Puget Sound. The view is phenomenal.
Taking good care of the Point Wilson Lighthouse isn't just about historic preservation. It's also payback to a place that's earned its keep.
And of course, lighthouses are altruistic in nature. They're something that were built to save lives, and I feel like I'm doing a good thing because I'm helping save buildings that were initially built to save other people's lives. And there's just something really great about that. It's hard for me to put my finger on it, but I love it.
Okay. Well, that's where the video ended, Jeff.
That's okay.
Yeah. I just want to mention that when I was out there this past spring, you and I visited Point Wilson, Jeff, and I think you missed it at the time, but I saw a pod of orcas swimming away from the lighthouse. It's the only time in all my visits to Washington that I've actually seen that. I know you've seen them many times, so you're jaded, but I was thrilled to see orcas when I was there. It was great. All right. We're going to show a...
And since that video was made, we've actually did successfully open up the duplex for rentals, and we've done a lot of restoration work out there, infrastructure, and it's an ongoing project that I encourage anybody to come visit and see what we're doing out there, and even spend the night if you want.
Mm-hmm. And there's all the information on the website, right? USLHS.org.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So next, here's a video of Point No Point, where Jeff is speaking to us from right now, along with some of the co-hosts that are on with us today. So let me go ahead and play this. All right, nice video. Anything you want to add about overnights at Point No Point, Jeff, before we move along?
Everybody knows they're always welcome to be my guest at Point No Point. We'd love to have you.
I've been fortunate enough to stay in the keeper's house there. Of course, one half of the keeper's house is the offices, and the other half is where people stay overnight. But you've also got the Mag's house, right? Built by I think the keeper's family or wife there.
Built by the wife of the first lighthouse keeper at Point No Point, who also happened to be the dentist
for the area. That's cool. Yeah, I've stayed there as well. And just as I mentioned earlier, one of my favorite things when I stay there is to watch the beach you see in the picture right now. Often the sunsets are just spectacular there. So I've walked over there. I don't get up at sunrise very often at home, but I do when I'm at Point No Point. I hate to miss a sunrise. Did I say sunset a minute ago? I meant sunrises if I said sunset. So I'm going to keep moving along here. And the next video I'm going to play is from South Carolina, from the Harbor Town Lighthouse. And I know right away when I say that, there's those of you in the audience who are thinking, that's not a real lighthouse. It's a faux lighthouse. That's FAUX. And it isn't an official government-built lighthouse, but it's one of the best known, if not the best known, faux lighthouses in the country. And I believe they have golf tournaments there where that's seen on national TV. It's extremely well known in the Harbor Town community there, which is, I believe, considered part of the Sea Pines Resort. And I visited here last year, and they were nice enough to provide a video. And before I show it, I'll just mention that you're going to see a Fresnel lens. They're getting a replica Fresnel lens made by Dan Spinella of Artworks Florida. He makes fantastic replicas. So I'll go ahead and play this video.
We admit it. The Harbor Town Lighthouse on Hilton Head Island was built to guide people more than ships. And at just 55 years old, she is a century younger than some of her distinguished sisters. Still, our lighthouse has succeeded even beyond the hopes of the visionary founder of Sea Pines, Charles Fraser, who first saw Hilton Head Island as something greater than a strand of his father's timber. Charles championed the building of the lighthouse to give us a sense of place, and it became a symbol recognized just about everywhere. More than 250,000 visitors came to the lighthouse this year, and it has been said that going to Hilton Head Island without visiting the lighthouse would be like going to Paris and not seeing the Eiffel Tower. When we were designated an official Coast Guard museum, our efforts at authenticity were certainly rewarded, and we are grateful. Then, in 2022, we installed a genuine Fresnel lens, a kind of crowning achievement in showing how seriously we take our role, and how grateful we are to have become a member of the society.
The lighthouse has been here for about 50 years. Charles had this great vision of having this landmark in Harbor Town, and it's really become a beacon for Sea Pines and Hilton Head and the East Coast. Previous light was fairly nondescript. It was very functional, but this is a real showpiece and a piece of artwork, and we're just so proud to have this at the top of the lighthouse now. We've been working in tandem together to find the right vendor for this and to find the right partnership, and so we've been working on a number of years, and we finally were able to make it come to fruition this year, and we couldn't be more proud to have this great partnership and work together with this crowning achievement. The one thing that's a little different than an original lens is the glass is actually acrylic as opposed to glass. So we're very fortunate to have Dan here, right in Florida, not too far away from us, and he's a true artisan. We're blessed.
Close to 250,000 people a year will climb to the top of the lighthouse. To see the look on our visitors' faces when they look up at the lens is just, it's priceless.
You know, the Harbor Town Lighthouse is a beacon of just hope and inspiration and great memories for people visiting Harbor Town and Sea Pines and Hilton Head. And we're so proud to have this new light here that reinforces what a special place it is, and families making memories year after year.
Our family here at the Harbor Town Lighthouse and our partners in the Hilton Head Island community join the voices from coast to coast saying, Happy 40th anniversary to the United States Lighthouse Society. We share your passion in preserving the heritage that our lighthouses symbolize and in working to see that the tradition endures.
Okay, I'm coming out of screen sharing for now, and I just want to say that the woman's voice you heard towards the end, not the narrator in that video, but the other woman's voice you heard was Nadia Wagner, who's the manager there at the Harbor Town Lighthouse, and she was a great host when I visited there. I interviewed her for the podcast, so I want to thank her and thank them so much for that video. It's a great one to visit because it really has nice exhibits. It's really a lighthouse museum with gift shops on the first floor and the top. Really good gift shop, so it's a great place to visit. So Jeff, you want to mention the matching donation again? I think we're up to right in the neighborhood of $10,000 overall right now. Somebody asked earlier, I'm not sure we've answered out loud, whether the merchandise purchases count towards matching donations. So maybe you can answer that.
They definitely help. Their donations to the society. We certainly benefit from the purchasing of the commemorative items, but that they don't go towards the match. The straight donation would go towards the match. Yeah.
Yeah, and you want to mention the match since we're on that subject right now? Maybe mention that again.
Yeah, so we got a 1-to-1 match up until for another half hour. So please go ahead and open up your hearts and wallets and make a donation. And it looks like Kathy had a question. I think Kathy raised her hand. Did you see that, Jeremy?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Margie has her hand raised.
Oh, Margie?
Yeah, Margie, you can unmute yourself if you can go ahead. Margie Rowland and her husband Jerry have run the tour program, kind of overseeing the tour program for some years now. So nice to have you here today, Margie. How you doing?
Thanks. I just wanted to talk about tours for a little bit. And also, Jeremy already talked about our Irish Lighthouse tour that we did and how we got to talk to some of the people when we got there. And we got to visit the headquarters of the Irish Lights, which was a spectacular building in itself. But they have reached out and want to what they call twinning lighthouses with the American lighthouses. So that's something to be considered. And also they wanted us to know that they are hosting a conference in October 2025 that people can go to if they happen to be in the area or just want to make a trip out there. So that's something that Jeff can give you more information on. There's a sign-up sheet for that.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, for our tours for 2025, some are developed and some are being developed. But I wanted you to know that right now, there is an Australian tour in April. There is a France tour in June. Those are both developed and on the website. In July, we propose a Florida East Coast, but we're looking for a tour leader, which we are always looking for tour leaders that we have a training program for. In August, we have Lake Superior North, and that itinerary is almost complete. When it is, it'll be on the website. And then in September, we have Cape Cod, which Jeremy is going to be part of that tour with his niece Tina, who are around the corner in October going to do this Southern Maine, New Hampshire tour.
Yep.
So, and then we have the Azores, and I believe it's going to be sometime in November. And when that itinerary gets developed, that will be on the website. Just wanted to give you a snapshot of what to expect on our tours for 2025.
Excellent, Margie. Thank you. And I'll just add that Ireland tour 2 years ago, that was, what was that, like 23 days, something like that? It was just an unbelievably great experience. And you and Jerry and Cassandra and Jerry's great granddaughter.
Aslan.
Well, I'm sorry. Say it again.
Aslan.
Aslan, of course. Everybody was so great. The Rowland clan. So it was so much fun. It's one of the best, if not the best trip, certainly overseas that I've ever done.
It's on YouTube.
That's right. There's a video. I've made like a 45-minute video of that trip that people can watch on YouTube. But it was absolutely amazing. Seeing Fastnet Lighthouse in person, just that alone, that was like at the top of my bucket list. That what a thrill that was to see one of the most spectacular lighthouses in the world. So thank you again, Margie. I think anything you want to say, Jeff, before we go to our next giveaway, which is going to be another 40th anniversary pin?
I think Margie said it all.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so yeah, the next giveaway is another one of the 40th anniversary pins. And so Ralph, who's still hanging in there, thank you, Ralph. I think he's still awake. Yeah,
still here.
Okay, great. So the next question is our number 8 on our list here. And just again, and just in case anybody's just come into the room, if you know the answer to the question, when Ralph asks the question, wait until he asks it. You can click on raise hand on the Zoom controls and virtually raise your hand, and we'll call on you and see if you got the right answer. So I guess we are ready at this point. Ralph, you can go ahead and ask the next question.
Okay, question number 8. What is the word for a person who studies lighthouses?
Marge Zopp.
Yes.
Marge, you were the what? I'm sorry, Jeff.
Yes, it's pronounced. I know how to pronounce Marge's name. Zopp.
That's what I said. I was pretty sure, but thank you. All right, so Marge, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. And what is the answer? Can you unmute yourself? Just click on. We're not hearing you. You have to click on the microphone. There you go. There you go. Okay, go ahead.
Phrenologist.
Yes. I heard like a cash register ring or something coming from somewhere. It sounded like that's the winner. We should have had a bong, some kind of, yeah. So that signified you were the winner. So thank you. And Jeff probably it sounds like he might already have your info, but is that the case?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and send me an email anyways, Marge, just so I have it recorded.
Okay. Jeff at USLHS.org. So congratulations. And we are going to keep plowing ahead here. I'm sorry, that was supposed to be a grab bag, but so shall we make it a grab bag? Because that's what we had on the slated. Jeff, where are you?
Yes.
You moved around on my Brady Bunch screen here. So that I read the wrong place on the schedule. That was supposed to be a grab bag. Shall we upgrade Marge to a grab bag? What do you think?
Let's have Marge decide. Marge, you want a grab bag or a pin?
Pin.
Oh,
pin.
okay.
Okay, there you go. All right.
All right.
So shoot me that message, Marge, and I'll send it to you.
Okay, will do. Great.
Okay.
All right. So at the end of the next about a half hour from now, the next giveaway will be a grab bag. All right. So moving along here, we have a special guest joining us live. I hope Eleanor is here. And Eleanor Dwyer is a board member of the U.S. Lighthouse Society and somebody I've known for going back to the 1980s. I hate to date us there, Eleanor, but we've known each other a while. And you and I, Eleanor, you can, there you go. You unmuted yourself. You and I went on the England and Scotland tour a few years ago together. And I'll never forget the evening we went to see a Shakespeare play in Stratford-upon-Avon at the Shakespeare Theater there. That was pretty memorable. And got a little bit lost, but we found our way back. But anyway, so nice to see you here today, Eleanor. And you're going to do a little presentation here. And I need to go into screen sharing. You have to give me a moment to get ready because it's sort of separate from the rest of the program. So just give me a moment before you start here.
I'll
You
talk
can
a little bit till you're ready.
Absolutely, sure.
Yes. Maybe some of you have this book by Connie Small, The Lightkeeper's Wife. I sort of want to talk about the animals that she had at St. Croix River Lighthouse.
Mm-hmm. I'll just say before you start, Eleanor, the Lightkeeper's Menagerie, the book on the left here, has many of these stories of animals at lighthouses.
Yes.
But I also want to interject that your book, Guardians of the Lights, that came out 1980 sometime,
yes,
was a big influence on me. It was one of my earliest favorite lighthouse books. And I remember meeting you at an American Lighthouse Foundation event on Cape Cod and being thrilled to get you to sign my copy of Guardians of the Lights. So I'm not going to say I've been a fan since I was a kid. I wouldn't say, because we're pretty close in age. But anyway, so it was a thrill to get that autograph back then. All right, so the stage is yours, Eleanor.
Okay, thank you. And it looks like my hair was a different color in that picture. Oh, well.
A little bit.
Happens. All right. So Connie and Elson Small were married in 1920. Elson was a lightkeeper, and his wife Connie, of course, shared in the work. And I love this picture. This is a publicity photo that the Coast Guard took in 1947, I believe, of Elson milking their cow, Blossom. And you can see the lighthouse in the background. It was one of those integrated towers that rose out of the roof of the house. Connie, it turns out, was afraid of cows, and she told me about this. I interviewed her several times. She passed away, I believe, in 2004. She was over 100 years old, but just as sharp as could be. And she shared so much information with me, gave me recipes, gave me letters and notes, and I absolutely loved my time with her. But she told me that she was afraid of cows. Something had happened when she was a little girl. And so they get this cow, bring her from the mainland out to St. Croix Lighthouse right after they got there. I'm not sure how she was landed. Lots of times the cows would be pushed off a raft or a lighter into the water and they'd swim ashore, which probably was a bit of an exciting experience for the cow. But anyway, Blossom got there, and she was freshened because she'd had calves, so she was milked every day. And usually Elson did it. And this photo was intended by the Coast Guard to recruit lightkeepers. They were looking for people. Of course, the Coast Guard had taken over lighthouses by this time, and they were looking for men. They weren't looking for women yet. That didn't happen until the 80s. And they thought this would be appealing. Beautiful, bucolic scene of a lightkeeper milking his cow. And it was like a farm here. It really was. It was a beautiful place indeed. I have a little bit of a thing I can read you that the Coast Guard put out when it gave this picture out to the press. It said, and I quote, "One of the strange sights a Coast Guardsman takes in his stride is that of a chief boatswain's mate milking a cow. This is not a rolling pasture of a Midwestern farm, however, but a tiny island off the Atlantic coast. Lighthouse keeper Elson Small tends the chores around St. Croix River Light, Red Beach, Maine." And this photo was printed in newspapers and magazines all over the country. So Blossom and Elson and the lighthouse certainly gained fame. They had other pets at this particular lighthouse. Jeremy, you got some more photos for me?
I do, as a matter of fact.
Ah,
Oops, I went two
that's
by
okay.
accident there.
We can take Joe if you like. This is the national Christmas tree. I'll just mention that was cut at St. Croix Island in 1941. And that was the year, of course, that Pearl Harbor was bombed. And President Roosevelt wished to cheer up the public. And so he asked to have a nice Christmas tree. And they chose this island. There you see Connie with the axe. I'm not sure she cut it down, but she and Elson are posing. And the Christmas tree was cut down there and sent down to Washington, D.C. by train, I believe, maybe by a truck, and was our national Christmas tree that year. Okay, bring up Joe the dog. Yeah, he's a handsome boy. He looks like he's one of the larger breeds of dogs that worked in the water, maybe part Newfoundland or St. Bernard. Connie didn't tell me too much about Joe, other than to say that you really needed a dog at a lighthouse. They were a warning if people came nearby. They were rescue dogs. Many of them would go right in the water and rescue people if they were drowning or their boat had capsized. And you see Joe's sitting in the snow here. Is a very cold area. This is right on the border between Maine and Canada. So they got plenty of snow in the winter time. And the St. Croix River, of course, dumped out into the ocean there. So Joe was a busy dog, and he was a great friend of the keeper and his wife. Connie did talk about how hard it was to keep him groomed. You see, he has long hair. And that he really enjoyed being combed, and I considered that the ultimate petting. Connie had some other pets. She had a couple of cats. This is Topsy. Topsy, I think, came to the island with Connie and Elson, and she did not live too many years. They were there a total of 16 years, and Topsy didn't live the whole time because they got another cat, which I'll talk about in a second. But like all keepers, you wanted a cat because you had a lot of wooden buildings, you had a lot of rodents, and cats, as we know, are excellent hunters. So I'm sure Topsy brought her share of mice and moles and birds and things in. I don't know that birds was such a good idea, but cats will catch birds. There was also another cat named Scotty. There he is, handsome fella. He was from the mainland. Connie had gone ashore to attend church, a special occasion, and she went to visit a friend. And her friend had a mother cat with a litter of kittens, and Scotty was one of the kittens. And of course, he was adorable, and both Elson and Connie loved cats, and they had recently lost Topsy, so they adopted Scotty and took him out in the boat to the island. You see him standing in the snow too. Connie actually quilted, and she made a quilt and put a lot of the scenes of St. Croix and a lot of the residents on the quilt. So Scotty appears there. There's a seagull they used to feed. There's Joe the dog, and of course Blossom the cow is on it. And one other pet we don't have a picture of, but I'm sure this pet tormented Scotty no end because Scotty came in and out of the house. Connie had a canary, and her canary could talk, and she never allowed him to learn any foul language or anything, but he would torment the cat. His name was Peter, the canary. And he lived quite a long time, and I believe they had a really bad cold snap, which caused him to pass away. It's kind of neat to note that a lot of lightkeepers formerly worked on ships, maybe sailed to sea, and they had parrots and birds on ships. And when someone retired, they might have brought their birds ashore, and a lot of those people became lighthouse keepers. So we know of quite a few keepers who had birds. Okay, let's move on. Here's a nice view of the whole place, and it really looks a little bit like a farm. I grew up on a farm, so I know the buildings, the outbuildings, and what they need. There was a chicken coop, which I'm not sure if that shows here. It might be that little building on the far left. Connie didn't point it out to me, but she kept chickens. The chickens laid eggs, and every Sunday she roasted a chicken. So that meant she had to go kill a chicken and pluck the feathers and cut it up and gut it and cook it for dinner. She was always busy and a very good cook. The day John and I visited her, John, my husband, she cooked us a fabulous meal. If I recall, it was chicken pot pie and apple pie for dessert. So I learned so much from her, and I think this was her favorite place that they served. They also served at Seguin Lighthouse, at Avery Rock, Lubbock Channel, although she didn't live there, neither did he. He went back and forth, and he stood watches out there. And after they left this place, they went to Portsmouth Lighthouse, where Jeremy hangs out a lot, down in New Hampshire. So they had quite a career, and I believe they retired in the late 1940s and not too long after that, Elson passed away, and then Connie went to live at a widow's home, and that's another home later on, and that's where I met her. So wonderful lady and great primary source. There's nothing like a primary source when you're researching history, someone that can tell you from their own personal experience what life was like.
Yeah.
So thank you all for coming to celebrate the 40th anniversary with us. I was one of the first members of the U.S. Lighthouse Society way back in 84. And I had been researching a good 10 years by that time. And I got a letter from Wayne Wheeler because he heard about me somehow or read something I'd written, and he invited me to join in with his effort. And gosh, 40 years later, we've done so much work. There have been so many good people involved in this organization, and it just continues to prosper and do great work. So thank you for your donations, and thank you for your memberships. And I'm so glad I got to be with you today. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eleanor. Jeff, you want to say something about the match? Because I think we've only got 3 or 4 minutes left for Jim Malone's matching donation.
Yep. Well, we have the match going, and we hope you'll take this opportunity to make one more donation, or maybe your first donation to have it doubled.
Yeah, and thank you again, Jim Malone, for that.
So what are those numbers looking like, Jeff, about now?
I haven't seen an update in a while. Do we have a?
Well, we'll go ahead and find out, and we'll give you an update in a few minutes, Henry.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So I'm going to play another little video that actually relates to what Eleanor was just talking about. And okay, so this comes from the Museum of Maritime Pets in Rockland, Maine, and the director there is Pat Sullivan. Is this the same Pat Sullivan Jeff, we were talking about earlier for the matching donation, or are there 2 different Pat Sullivans?
No, it's different.
I thought so. I was pretty sure of that. This Pat Sullivan is the director of Museum of Maritime Pets, and she sent us this video. So I'll go ahead with this.
Hello, U.S. Lighthouse Society friends. Happy 40th birthday. I'm Pat Sullivan, the founder of the Museum of Maritime Pets, located here on Maine's beautiful Midcoast on Rockland's South Harbor. We're part of the Sail Power and Steam Museum complex, which includes 3 museums, a marina, a sailing school, and other facilities. We also can enjoy this small beachfront where we've had in-water working dog demonstrations. Our mission is to document and celebrate maritime pets, including companions, mascots, and working animals. Lighthouse mascots feature prominently in our exhibits, library, and public programs. We've received much support from your board members, Eleanor DeWeer and Jeremy D'Entremont, and they've provided us stories and photos which are parts of our exhibits and school programs and lectures.
Whoops, I did that by accident. I was trying to click to admit somebody in the I'm sorry, I want to play the rest of that. Just give me a moment.
Hello, you. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
That's close to
at Maritime Pets Muse. And you can visit our website at www.museumofmaritimepets.org. We love the lighthouses. And don't forget, here in Rockland, we've got 2, Rockland Breakwater and Owl's Head, which is right around the corner from us here at the museum. We hope to welcome you soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah, a great area for lighthouse geeks like me to visit, of course, Midcoast, Maine. A lot going on around there, she said. And Eleanor, I was just going to mention, you mentioned the quilt that Connie Small made at Sanctuary River Light. That is on display, at least the last time I knew about it, it was on display at the Maine Lighthouse Museum in Rockland, so people can see that. I took a picture many years ago of Connie holding that quilt. And as you mentioned, I knew her in her last decade when she was here in Portsmouth. So at this point, I'm going to come out of screen sharing again for now. And I think we're going to introduce another one of our board members. And I think Craig, whoops, sorry, I'm confusing myself again because I have too many windows open. All right. So I believe Craig Anderson is here. Craig, if you're here, please digitally raise your hand, virtually raise your hand so we know you're.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I
yes.
can raise my hand too. There you go.
Okay. Hi, Craig. So I was thinking that Jeff might want to do a little introduction before we chat with Craig a little bit.
I could. Well, Craig, I actually met Craig for the first time in Maine at the Portland Head Lighthouse. We were doing had a group there, and somebody came up to me and said, somebody named Craig Anderson is here with his parents and wants to climb the lighthouse with you guys. I said, oh, I know Craig. So I had heard of Craig, of course. He is incredibly knowledgeable and loves the lighthouses and the history of lighthouses. He manages an amazing website that is invaluable called Lighthouse Friends. And he's one of our newer board members of the Lighthouse Society, and it's already contributed so much of his time and talents to our organization. So, Craig?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
Yep.
Hi, Craig.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead,
I'm
Jeremy.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna throw in there. That's kind of how you and I met too. I was at Nubble Light one day, I think with the small tour I was giving there, and somebody told me a guy named Craig Anderson is here with his father, and he wants to meet you. So I'd be less.
Craig's everywhere.
Yes, he is. We've been everywhere, man. So anyway, sorry, Craig.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I just wanted to say happy anniversary to the society. I haven't been a member for all 40 years like Eleanor has. I think I joined probably in the late 1990s, so I've probably been a member for over 25 years. And the one thing that drew me into the society was just the wealth of information that was available, especially in the Keeper's Log. I found that to be an excellent resource in researching lighthouses. And so I signed up, became a lifetime member, and I've really enjoyed reading the Keeper's Log and interacting with people that are members of the society. Just one thing that I've been involved in recently. In 2016, Candace Clifford reached out and asked if I would help compile a list of lighthouse personnel. So in both the U.S. Lighthouse Society, the U.S. Lighthouse Service, and the Coast Guard. And since then, we've compiled a list of over 30,000 individuals who served in those in the service. And of those people, we've been able to find over 3,100 pictures, photographs of the various keepers. And we have all of this on our online archives. So at archives.uslhs.org, and have amassed quite a collection of information on keepers there. One program we started 2 years ago was to start digitizing the official personnel folders of lighthouse keepers that are found in the archives at St. Louis. So we've employed an intern that's a student at the University of Missouri at St. Louis, and she's been digitizing records back there. Basically, she goes in at least once or twice a week, digitizes the records, and then I go through them, extract the information. Sometimes there's pictures included. We post that to the archives. And so far, we've been able to digitize over 500 folders of different lighthouse personnel that have provided us with a wealth of information that we can upload and share through the archives. Just one example of this, just this week, I was going through one of these personnel folders, and it was for a man named Charles L. Shepherdson. And he was a keeper up in Alaska. And one little story there that I found quite interesting is that at the time, he started out by serving on a lighthouse tender. It was called the Lighthouse Tender Cedar, that would travel between the various lighthouses, deliver supplies, transport keepers to their different lighthouses. And at that time, it was in July of 1923. And they took a keeper up there by the name of Albert S. Berg, and they took him out to Cape Sarichif, which is one of the most remote lighthouses in Alaska. It's out there with Scotch Cap out in the Aleutian Islands. They dropped off this keeper on July 21st, and he resigned 5 days later on July 26th, 1923. And he said that he was in fear of becoming mentally affected by the isolation of the station. So he refused to stay on as keeper and wanted to get back on the lighthouse tender and return back to the mainland. And so Charles L. Shepherdson, he was serving as a sailor, as a seaman on the Cedar. So he was asked to get off and become a substitute keeper there at Cape Sarichif. and he ended up staying there for 18 months straight without leaving the station before he was finally relieved. So that's just one little example of, you know, kind of an interesting story of service of these keepers. And then later on, he took a break from the service, but then he came back and he served as the head keeper at a few different lighthouses in Alaska. So then one more thing briefly that we've been working on is recently I've seen some articles that talk about lighthouses where a mercury float was employed. There's been some stories written about, you know, keepers perhaps becoming affected by the mercury that was found in some lighthouses. So we thought it would be good to try to document, you know, exactly which lighthouses in the United States employed a mercury float in their lantern room. So those mercury floats, they were introduced to speed up the rotation of the lens. So with mercury, it's basically frictionless. They could revolve the lenses a lot faster. So instead of taking like 8 minutes to revolve a big first order lens, they could make a rotation in as little as 10 or 20 seconds. So you could have many more flashes per minute, and it was much more visible for the mariner. So we went through all of the inspection reports that the Society has on its website. We found as many as we could that employed the mercury float, and we've compiled a list that's now available on the main USLHS website. There's a section called resources, and if you go in there, it's under lighthouse technology, and then under like lens rotation, and you can see a list of all of the lighthouses in the United States that employed a mercury float. So I thought that was kind of fun to put together, and also helps, you know, people understand how widely the floats were deployed and if people were really affected by the mercury that was found in the lighthouses. So that's just an example of a couple of resources that we've added lately to the archives or to the website. And like I said before, I'm just grateful to all the people that are involved and all the resources the Society provides for the lighthouse community. I know they've had a goal of becoming like the go-to source for lighthouse information, and I think they're doing a great job at that. Just want to congratulate everybody who leads that effort and donates their time and energy to provide such great resources for lighthouses.
And thank you, Craig, for guiding us in the research process.
Yes, thank you, Craig. Thank you for being here today, and for all you do. As Jeff mentioned, you know, Lighthouse Friends is the most popular website, and you've done such great work on the catalog. I'm glad you mentioned the research catalog. We haven't said a lot about it, but again, started by the late Candace Clifford, the historian for the U.S. Lighthouse Society, who did fantastic work along with some other people, and archives.uslhs.gov. Do we want to say anything at this point about how much money has come in?
Yeah, our new total is we're up to $9,600 so far in the fundraiser. So we got to get up to at least 10,000. We need that extra $400 coming in. So one way or another, let's get it.
And I think it's another something like a couple of thousand or close to it in merchandise sales as well, which is nice.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we need to at least push past that $10,000 mark. Yep.
And Mary Frances asked if the $9,600 includes the match, and yes, that includes the matching funds.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go back to a short video here.
And by the way, this is Henry. So I've also gotten some private chats from 2 or 3 people saying that they're prefer to send checks in. And so there will be checks flowing in as well. Some people are doing it through their, foundations and corporate matching and that kind of thing. So, but keep it coming. But there'll be more things that'll be coming into headquarters in case some of you want to do it that way as well.
Good point. That's great.
That's
great.
Really good news.
Yeah. So while I have you, Henry, Dave Zapak submitted a little video here we're going to show next. And maybe you want to say something about Dave before I show it?
Sure. So David has many different hats. I think the one he's going to be wearing in this little video clip is with his lighthouse, which is Plum Beach Lighthouse in Rhode Island. And it's a great history of the work that they've done with that lighthouse. But Dave is also our society director of photography. And he got this title because he has been specializing in taking pictures of the lighthouses operating at night. We all have lots of pictures of lighthouses in the daytime and a lot of historical pictures, but it's only been in the recent, 15, 20 years that digital cameras have come along to the point where you can take good images of lighthouses at night and also try to catch some stars. David's not the only photographer doing that. There are others. In fact, Jeremy, you were off on a recent photography camp with Pete Lero, right?
That's absolutely right. Yeah. Showed stuck one of my own pictures taken during that workshop in earlier. Pembroke Point. Yeah.
There you go. But one of the things that David has agreed to do, and this started about 7 years ago now, I believe, he, with our sponsorship in the Lighthouse Society, is going around the country and documenting through night photography every single lighthouse that is still operational. Okay. And that's not just the, the government-owned Coast Guard lights. It's also private aid navigation and so forth. And so our goal is to create an archive of all of these images, a historical archive of all these images of every single lighthouse in the country. He has pretty much finished the East Coast. He has started on the West Coast. He's done some parts of the Great Lakes, but he's still got a ways to go. So he might be coming to a lighthouse near you in the middle of the night to take pictures. And I'm going to, in the chat pot, I'm just posting now where you can find more about his work on our society website. But now I think the video clip again is about his work with the Plum Beach Lighthouse. So back to you, Jeremy.
Sure. Thank you. We might want to mention the vehicle that he's driving around the country in, which I believe Eleanor Dwyer has a connection with.
Yeah, absolutely. So Eleanor and John Dwyer, we a few years ago put out the word that David needed some help with transportation, and he was driving around in his own vehicle and camping on top of it and so forth. And wouldn't it be nice if we could somehow figure out a way to get an RV for him? And Eleanor and John, her husband John, said, we've got one sitting in our driveway here that doesn't get much use. And so they donated it to the Lighthouse Society, and it lives at David's place in Rhode Island. And he drives it up and down the East Coast, at least. It hasn't traveled to the West Coast. I don't think, Eleanor, I don't think it'll make it to the West Coast. But he's writing a children's book about Ruthie's adventures with lighthouses. So stay tuned. That'll be coming out either late this year or early next year.
Yeah, great. And speaking of children's books, there should be one about Plummy, the lighthouse you see here too. But let me go ahead and play the clip from Dave here.
Happy 40th birthday to the United States Lighthouse Society from Plummy. He's our mascot for the Plum Beach Lighthouse in North Kingstown, Rhode Island. Plummy is our front man for the lighthouse, and this year we celebrate our own 125th birthday. Hi, I'm David Zapatka, and not only am I the president of the Friends of Plum Beach Lighthouse, I'm also the director of photography for the United States Lighthouse Society. I've been photographing lighthouses deep into the night for the last decade. Without this great organization, folks from all over the country would never get to appreciate lighthouses in the special ways that the Lighthouse Society has brought to everyone. Congratulations on this great milestone, and happy 40th birthday to the Society.
Okay. All right. So, and I'll mention Plum Beach Lighthouse you saw there. That is one of the most amazing lighthouse restorations in the country. I remember that when that thing was a rusty hulk and everybody thought it was beyond restoration. And Dave and his group there just did a fantastic job. So I had to mention that. Another one of our board members of the U.S. Lighthouse Society is Dan May, who you see here, retired Coast Guard Rear Admiral Dan May. And Dan was thinking, he is here. I see Dan you are here. Let me play the clip if I could play this 1 minute podcast clip from you, and then
been here for a while, enjoying every bit, and happy 40th to everyone.
Excellent.
I spent some time over on Plum Beach back in those old days before Dave came on. It was in pretty sad shape. They've done an amazing job there.
Okay, I'm thinking of coming out of screen sharing so we could chat a little bit more, another couple of minutes. Is that okay, Dan?
Sure.
Okay, let me come out of screen sharing. Okay. And I've got it set up so I'm seeing like 36 people on the screen.
Yeah, although I love these videos.
Yeah. Well, what I was about to play was just a 1-minute clip of you from the podcast, but of course, you were an ocean engineer for the Coast Guard for quite a few years, and involved with a lot of lighthouse projects. So that's what we talked about. You've been on the podcast, but we also published your book. The U.S. Lighthouse Society has published your memoirs of all those years working with lighthouses.
Absolutely. I had a phenomenal career. A part of it involved my engineering work, and it was really a labor of love because I love lighthouses. So I spent a lot of time doing that all over the country, mostly in New England, and finally had the time here to put down a number of the stories. And as typical, it's the story behind the story. Like moving Block Island Southeast and moving Cape Cod Highland Light out in Truro. Most folks know that those projects were accomplished, but I was able to share some of the little behind the scenes facts on those projects, which was a lot of fun. And for those folks that have picked up the book and read it, I hope you enjoyed a little insight into that. But very honored to be now a board member the last couple of years with the society, and so exciting to see all of you and all the work that we do together to help preserve these lighthouses.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. And I don't know if you were in the room when I showed the trailer for the Graves Light video earlier, but I mentioned afterwards that you and I were there a year ago, the day the stuff was being airlifted to the top of the lighthouse, the pedestal for the lens and everything. What an incredible day that was.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't do that because Henry and I may make a trip out there, and I don't want to scare Henry off.
No, it was
You
worth
can't do that.
It was worth every scary moment of it. It was an
Yeah.
amazing, absolutely amazing day. Yeah.
Jeremy and I were talking last week or so. There's one, it's in the book. You can see it on another trip very similar to Jeremy and I. A gentleman who Jeremy has had on the podcast, civilian that worked on lighthouses for better than 40 years, Harry Duvall. And Harry and I, on a dark November day, I think it was the week before Thanksgiving, in a driving snowstorm, we rode a little lighthouse peapod back from Heron Neck Light. The Coast Guard had towed us out there, towed the peapod out. We rode it ashore and spent many hours out there, and they were screaming at us to get back to the boat because the weather was deteriorating. They weren't sure if they were going to get us back, and they wanted us to get back to that boat as quickly as we could. But Harry and I, to us, job came first. Didn't matter what the weather was. So we pushed those guys as hard as we could to let us stay there. We did get all our work done. It was critically important work because it was involving the Maine Lights program, transfer of lighthouses in Maine, 33 lights, which became the blueprint for the NHLPA. So it was very, very important we complete that. But that picture is near and dear to me. I took it from the Peapod. I don't know how I didn't lose my good 35 millimeter camera in doing that, but I took it looking back in that driving snowstorm. But yeah, that was a hairy ride as well, Jeremy. Maybe it wasn't quite as bad as the one you and I had, but it was always an adventure.
Absolutely. Yeah. And just again, I'll mention that story and many others are in Dan's book, Preserving America's Lighthouses, Memoirs of a Coast Guard Ocean Engineer. And also check out the podcast episodes we've done with Dan and with Harry Duvall, he was talking about. So a lot of great stories in there.
No,
so
thanks,
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thank you so much for being here today and for everything you do. And next, I'm going to show a little video clip of another one of our board members, Mary Frances Trevelli. Besides being a board member of USLHS, is director, I think that's the proper title, of the Los Angeles Maritime Museum, which takes care of the Angels Gate or Los Angeles Harbor Lighthouse. I'm going to play a fairly short video, Mary Frances talking about that lighthouse here.
Behind me is the original lens from the Angels Gate Lighthouse. The lens and the lighthouse were built in 1913. The lens is from Paris, France. The lighthouse flashes a green light to distinguish the lighthouse from the refineries and the other harbor lights, so that the mariners knew exactly where the lighthouse was flashing. You might think that it was a lot of fun to live in the Angels Gate Lighthouse, but in reality, it was considered a very poor job to have. Lots of assistant keepers only lasted maybe a month before they requested a transfer. So we all know this lighthouse as Angels Gate Light, but that's not really its official name. The real name is Los Angeles Harbor Lighthouse. Angels Gate refers to the city of angels and the end of the breakwater being the opening or gateway into the port.
Okay, Mary Frances, I kind of misspoke there a minute ago. She lets us know that the LA Maritime Museum takes care of the lens, but the Coast Guard is in charge of the tower. So thank you, Mary Frances, for that. And thank you for what you do for the U.S. Lighthouse Society as a board member, of course. Another board member, Bill Merlin, has just raised his hand. And let me come out of screen share and give Bill the opportunity to say something if he'd like. Bill, did you want to unmute yourself?
It's been thoroughly enjoyable for me to listen to all the history and the background of the various people. I thought I would offer a little bit of a challenge. How many of you have ever walked to the top of a lighthouse before 1941? I doubt I have many challengers, but I had the honor of having the head keep of Egmont Key Light, the entrance to Tampa Bay, Florida, entrance to Tampa Bay. And anyway, my dad somehow or another knew him, the head keep, and the head keep invited me to go. He asked me, "Do you want to go to the top?" I said, "Yes, sir." And mind you, I was just 7 years old. So anyway, off we went. But I just wanted to comment how important it was in those days before radar, et cetera, because for going fishing off the west coast of Florida, it wasn't just Egmont Key, it was Boca Grande Light, it was Anclote River, all the way up to St. Mark's. So, for those of us who started off along the coast using the water and all that, the lighthouses just meant so much to us. And then in my Coast Guard career, of course, I got involved with it very intimately, but including a buoy tender on the west coast of Florida again, where I could revisit all the lighthouses I visited as a kid. Anyway, I just thought I would mention that as a little bit of history. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bill. I'm so glad you could be here today. I think we could, with you and Dan and all the people here, we could talk for hours, and maybe sometime we will. We absolutely should. So, but I'm going to move on. Actually, the next thing is another giveaway, and I see Ralph is still here and still
here,
still upright, more or less. And this is going to be a grab bag, okay? And the we're up to what? Question number nine. Number nine. The Beatles once said. So you can go ahead. And again, if you know the answer, when Ralph asks the question, click on raise hand and we'll pick the first person who does that. So go ahead, Ralph.
Just to clarify, what are we winning now?
Grab bag. USLHS 40th anniversary grab bag.
Got it.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead with the question.
Okay, number 9. What lighthouse is considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world?
Bunch of hands go up. Donna Bishop is the first one. Donna, if you can unmute yourself. Whoops, I just got, as you clicked, okay, go ahead. Yeah,
Is it the Pharaohs of Alexandria?
it is. Very good. Very, very good.
Thank you.
You are the winner. Congratulations.
Donna, please email me your info, okay?
I will, Jeff. Thank you.
Yeah, at jeff@uslhs.org. All right.
Thank you so much. And happy anniversary.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. I'm flipping my papers too fast and confusing myself as I'm wont to do. All right. So next, we're going to play a compilation of the dance contest entries. So I'm going to share my screen again. And again, going back to the dance contest, if there's anybody who's joined us here after we showed the dance entries and picked the winner, I'll just mention again, the winner of our dance contest for this year was the Encore Dance Academy at Cape Canaveral Lighthouse. And all the videos were great. All the finalists were great. All the entries were great. And you're going to see a compilation video here of all the entries we got this year from around the country. So without further ado, I will go ahead and play it.
Where the sky meets the sea, looking for a safe return from our journey. From many directions, we make our way home with tattered sails that's twice been sown. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the lighthouse. Far we may travel, whether right or for wrong. Hear the sirens calling their seductive songs. Hand me a lantern, I'll stand at the bow. You take the helm and steer clear of their sound. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the gale of fair weather, let the truth be told. The light has been there since the days of old. Preserve the bounty, safe from the fight. May you have fair winds and keep a good light. Meet me at the lighthouse. Meet me at the lighthouse. We'll share our stories. We'll pass the time. Meet me at the lighthouse. since the days of old. Preserve the bounty, saved from the fight. May you have fair winds and keep a good light. Meet me at the lighthouse.
Okay, thank you again to everybody who entered. It was just amazing to see, and as we said before, just to see so many young people involved this year was very rewarding for us. So thank you, everybody. And I realized earlier I should have let Becky Zingarelli from Cape Canaveral say something. I don't think she's in the room anymore. If you are, Becky, oh, there you are. You are here. Do you want to say anything about one of the groups who performed at Cape Canaveral Lighthouse winning the dance contest?
We are so honored that you chose them. They think we had such a wonderful time making that, even though it was 95 degrees in the heat. They did a wonderful job and really celebrated it and really enjoyed being out there every minute. So I'm glad they were able to complete that, and we were able to share it with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and it wasn't just us. We picked them as a finalist, but the people in the room at that time voted them as the winner. But both the dance groups you had at the Lighthouse did an amazing job. So thank you so much for being a big part of all that. So at this point, we're going to move along and play this video clip. And Jeff, if you are available, maybe you want to introduce this clip from Alki Point in Seattle.
Sure. Yep, no problem. Alki is a neighbor of ours here in Washington State at the entrance to Elliott Bay in Seattle. The light station is now the home of the commander of the 13th District, that's Coast Guard 13th District, and Coast Guard auxiliaries provide tours of the site. Alderman serves as the Coast Guard. Deborah Alderman, I should say.
Yeah, sorry, that's my fault. I left out her first
Deborah
name.
Alderman serves as the Coast Guard Auxiliaries Project Officer at Alki Point. She made this video for us.
Yep, so here's Deborah Alderman.
Hi, my name is Deborah Alderman, and I am the lead watchstander at the Alki Point Lighthouse in Seattle. And we just want to wish the U.S. Lighthouse Society a wonderful 40th anniversary, and we just appreciate the work you do in letting people know about our cute little lighthouse here in Seattle. And we will be here through Labor Day weekend, then we take a break for the off-season, and we open up for tours on Sundays, most Sundays in the afternoon, from Memorial Day weekend through Labor Day weekend. And so a little bit about our lighthouse. It was lit for the first time in 1913. I'll give you a little view here. And it's 37 feet tall, 39 feet from the water. It's on Puget Sound in Seattle in Washington State. And it is totally automated now, but it was quite a state-of-the-art facility when it was lit for the first time in 1913. We give tours to locals, but we have visitors from all over the world, and we just really appreciate everybody who comes out to see our little lighthouse. So thank you so much for the opportunity to say hello, and we will see you hopefully down here in Seattle next time you're on our little corner of the globe. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you to Deborah for that. I visited there not too long ago. She gave me a tour there. She and the other Coast Guard Auxiliary people do a great job. So next we have a video from the last official lighthouse keeper in the United States. Jeff, you want to do the honors?
I will. Sally Snowman recently retired after 20 years as the keeper of the Boston Lighthouse, which is America's oldest light station, as we know from our trivia question. She was the last official lightkeeper in the country still employed by the federal government.
Yep. And when she finishes, you might want to comment on something she talks about here, because I know you're involved in it. So I'll go ahead and play Sally here. We've been friends since the 1980s. I knew her before she was a lighthouse keeper. So here we go.
It's such an honor to be here today with the U.S. Lighthouse Society and the wonderful things that they have been doing for 40 years. I was the keeper of Boston Light for 20 years, just recently retired. And one of the outstanding experiences that I remember vividly is when the U.S. Lighthouse Society had partnered up with the Land's End clothing company. And those two worked together on coming up with having a donation for doing some restoration work at Little Booster Island, Boston Light. And it was quite just the amount of time and effort it took to pull this all together. And when it did, it came up very, very quickly, just before our 300th anniversary. So when we had a celebration out at George's Island for one big, huge party, and then with Lighthouse Society, Land's End, coming out to the island. And then we had our 300th anniversary in September. So that whole 3-month, 4-month period was just an amazing experience. And to have this happen in this moment in time, to come out to the island, and Land's End came out with a check for $30,000, giving it to the U.S. Lighthouse Society, that would then be able to give it to the Coast Guard for the restoration work. And the day that they came out to the island, on Tuesday, the 26th of July, the tide was not an amiable one at all. And there was a concern whether the 97-foot vessel that was going to be pulling up to our 50-foot dock out at Boston Light, it's like, wow. And because of the concern of not knowing if the boat, the ship, could do that, I was taken off the island, brought into Boston to get on the ship and come out to the island with the entourage. And the boat captain was able to get that boat in there. And then all the passengers and got off the boat onto the island for the ceremony that occurred. And then the tide was incoming, which was very good, so that their departure was much easier and a lot quicker than to the approach. So what was that $30,000 for? It was for restoration work. Well, you know, we're a very old facility out there. What needed it the most? And that was our stairs, our 1844 spiral staircase. They were deteriorating, and there were few that really needed to be replaced soon. And that's where the $30,000 went to. And the Coast Guard worked with the manufacturer. They found schematics of what the steps were made back then and did their best to duplicate it. And so 15 of the 76 steps were replaced with the donation that was given from Land's End to the U.S. Lighthouse Society to the Coast Guard. And how we were able to get the money was through the Coast Guard Foundation. So it was very convoluted. It took 3 years for all that to work out. And the dignitaries that came out there, we had the superintendent of the Boston Harbor Islands National and State Park. We had the CEO of Boston Harbor Now, which is the non-for-profit for the Boston Harbor Islands National and State Park. We had Coast Guard personnel, and then the entourage that came out on the boat. And so that's my story about Boston Light and what the U.S. Lighthouse Society has provided to us with a great partnership. Thank you very much.
Okay. Again, I've known Sally a long time. And in case anybody's wondering who isn't familiar with Sally, the clothes she was wearing there, she would create those costumes herself that she wore during her years as a keeper of Boston Light, kind of representing the 300 years of history there. Boston Light began in 1716. So I think Sally's clothes were meant to be a nod to women of the past who lived out there. But she was the first woman keeper in the history of Boston Light. So Jeff, before I show the video of Alcatraz Lighthouse, you want to say anything?
Well, just to mention how important creating partnerships are in what we do. And certainly corporate sponsors are a great way to raise money for any nonprofit organization, but lighthouses certainly And we're very lucky to have that great relationship with Land's End. But we are exploring other partnerships. And if anybody knows or has a friend with a connection to a corporate, possible corporate sponsorship program, please let me know.
Okay, so I'm going to play this video of Alcatraz. You want to say something before or after I show it?
Well, there's not much to say about it. It's one of our projects that we'd like to complete because of a variety of reasons that'll be mentioned in the video. And it's, you know, the Lighthouse Society itself is not. We look at lighthouse preservation on a national scale, but there are certain projects that have so much possibility for exposing lots of people to the lighthouse preservation movement in America that it's hard to turn away from them. And Alcatraz certainly is one of those because millions of people visit it a year. So we're trying to reinvigorate this project, which got stalled during COVID. And right now we're back into discussions with the National Park Service and the Coast Guard to reignite the movement. But this video was made when we first started the project.
Okay, all right, so here's the video.
When you come across the bay, you see that lighthouse, you get that feeling of safety, of connection. This lighthouse represents bravery, selflessness, and it's that feeling that the Lighthouse Society is trying to preserve.
The lighthouse in the middle of the bay is a beacon for mariners, but also such a historic lighthouse. It was the first site of a lighthouse on the West Coast in 1854. 1.5 million people a year come out to Alcatraz, and they're excited. This lighthouse is a very important asset to telling that Alcatraz story.
I am a member of the U.S. Lighthouse Society, and I love lighthouses. I hug them. I hug them. The project that's being undertaken by the Lighthouse Society with the Park Service and the Coast Guard is two-part. One is to repair the lighthouse, and then going forward is to preserve it for the next generations.
Well, the problem with the Alcatraz Lighthouse is that we're in a marine environment with salt penetrating the concrete and rusting the metal framing, the term they call spalling. When that metal rusts, it expands, and we've got a major problem. And when you've got the wind and the fog coming through that Golden Gate, it just tears this place up.
Right now, the public is not permitted to go into the lighthouse itself, but one of the objectives of this project is to repair the tower and the internal structure so that people can go into the tower.
The history is one thing about the lighthouse, but then when you climb up these steps, this is an amazing view.
It is just thrilling to get up there. You can't get that view except on top of that lighthouse.
But we can't count on federal, state, or even formal grants to fund this project. We're going to rely heavily on private donors and hopefully corporate sponsors as well.
And they can walk along Fisherman's Wharf and say to their buddy, "That's my lighthouse. You know, I'm part of that."
It's part of the landscape. It's hard to imagine San Francisco without the Alcatraz Island light beaming down on it. You see that light, you're coming home.
To me, losing the visual of seeing this light beacon out in the middle of the bay would be a travesty.
Without donations, there is a real risk that this lighthouse will not persevere. We cannot let that happen.
We all need to save this icon.
All right, I'm going to come out of screen sharing for a moment here, and we're going to do another giveaway, doing a grab bag, and then we're coming to the home stretch here. We got about a half hour left, and at the end we're going to do another, near the end we're going to do another giveaway of a overnight stay. But before we do the grab bag, I'm going to do a special surprise giveaway here of my own. Some people might know that I've written a bunch of lighthouse books, and I'm going to offer 2 of my books that I've written, the Lighthouse Handbook New England and the Lighthouse Handbook West Coast, signed copies to the winner. And the question is, I've been wearing a lot of different baseball caps during this event. If somebody can say, and the first person to digitally raise their hand and answer this, somebody can tell me, I've worn a bunch of Lighthouse baseball caps. I wore one that was not a Lighthouse baseball cap. If anybody can raise their hand and say what that hat was, the one that wasn't a Lighthouse hat, what it said on it. So go. And probably nobody's going to get this. I've got something else in mind if nobody gets it. Looks like nobody. Whoop, Sherry. Well, Sherry won a prize before, but it was from USLHS. This is from me. So go ahead, Sherry.
I saw you wear Old Sea Dog earlier.
You got it. You got it.
Wow.
All right. So Sherry, do you have my email? I think
I do.
You do. I thought you do.
Yep.
Email me and we'll take care of this, and you can tell me who to sign the books to, et cetera.
Okay, great. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Jeremy.
I'm
Appreciate
glad,
it.
I'm glad somebody was paying attention.
I'm impressed. Very observant.
I was late to the party.
Yeah. And by the way, the old Sea Dog hat came from the National Maritime Museum of Ireland in Dublin on the USLHS tour 2 years ago. When I saw it in their gift shop, I absolutely had to buy it because.
So are you going to send her the hat too, Jeremy?
No. I'm not going to part with that. It's part of my baseball cap museum, which is all around me in my study here.
I don't know if I'm old enough yet.
I was going to say.
Right. You can save it for later on. Okay, so where are we here? Doing the grab bag giveaway. And Ralph was really hung in there. So
there.
So this again is for the Lighthouse, the USLHS 40th anniversary grab bag. Again, if you know the answer, virtually raise your hand and we'll call on you. And where are we up to? We're up to question number 10, I believe. So go ahead, Ralph.
Okay, question number 10. What lighthouse is at the easternmost point of the continental United States?
A few people, bunch of people right away.
I know.
Well, Janina, I'm not sure who that was yelling, but Janina was the first one to raise her hand. So Janina, if you already unmuted yourself, go ahead.
Is it the Pemaquid?
No.
Is that how you say it?
That's incorrect. Good try. Excellent try, but not right. Well, Connor has already won a couple of prizes, right? So
that's a tank.
I'm not sure.
I know, Jeremy.
I don't know who's talking. Is that?
That's Mike. Mike's talking. He's not muted.
We need Tony and Olima.
Tony and Alma.
Alma.
Pasek.
Right. That's us. Yeah. Was it the Wesquatty Head?
Yes. Absolutely. You got it.
Hey, Tony.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thanks for being part of this.
Very good. Enjoying
Tony, shoot me an email, Tony, and I'll send you the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do, Jeff.
You
Thanks
probably
for
know
that.
Tony. You probably know Jeff's email, jeff@uslhs.org.
All right, we'll do, Jeff. Happy
Great.
anniversary too. Great show.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony and Alma.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
All righty. All right. So next, we're just going to talk a little bit. Again, there's so many things the society does and so many things we could talk about for hours, but I think we're stretching our limits, all our limits here. So we're going to not go too much longer, but we want to talk about the passport program a little bit. So I'm going to share my screen again. And where am I? I don't know where I am anymore. Okay, passport program. So I'm going to play 3 clips from, I did a couple of podcast episodes about the passport program quite a while ago. I think most of you know what the Lighthouse Passport Program is, but we'll talk more about it after I play these clips. But first, I want to play Skip Sherwood, who's been in charge of the passport program for some years now. And if Skip's in the audience, he might want to say something live as well. But here's a clip of Skip, I think. Here we go.
People email the Passport Club website telling us about their lighthouse adventures and often expressing their appreciation for what we do. People are genuinely excited. Kind of cracks me up at times how excited people get when they find a stamp or they fill a book or whatever. And so I guess one of my favorite things here is I'd like to think we've created something that will, continue for years to come and has had an impact on, getting people more interested in lighthouses. So that's kind of the bottom line of the whole thing.
Okay, and next I'll play a clip of Scott Halbert, who's also helped to run the program and is one of the top passport stamp getters. So here's Scott. What's been really fun for you as a participant in the passport program?
Oh, I just think getting out and meeting people and getting to see our great country, you know, I mean, it's been an exciting couple years, you know, once we got started on this, we plan our vacations and get out and go see things. If you had asked me a couple years ago and said, hey, are you going to ever go to the West Coast? I would have said, what, are you crazy? And last year we went out to the West Coast, you know, flew out, did how many days up in Oregon, Washington, Northern California, just seeing the sights of the country and hitting all the lighthouses on the way. Getting out, seeing that, meeting the people, meeting collectors, meeting the volunteers at the lighthouses, you know, getting to talk to them and they tell you their story. It's just such an exciting thing. Then you get to that part where you try to find that elusive stamp, you know, you get that adrenaline rush when you find that one that you might have heard about somewhere and nobody seems to know anything about it. You know, that's always a big excitement thing for us.
Okay, and one more quick clip. John McFarland, one of the top stamp getters, also known as Mac. I'm sure some of you here know him.
But the neatest thing for me as an educator is to see now, as I go from lighthouse to lighthouse, young people there with their passport books, looking to get, you know, through their first patch for their first full year book or their second book or whatever. You're only as strong as your newest members when it comes to organizations. And to have the young people out there starting to do that, that means that they're building up a history that when they get older, they might come back and be docents or might be part of a committee or do fundraisers. And for them, I think it's cool because it's computer oriented. Everything's on a computer, so they can go on there. They can log in their stuff. They can see what things they need. They can actually look me up and see what I have and what I don't have. And they're very much more computer oriented than myself. So I get a kick out of seeing them coming to the challenges in New Jersey and Maryland, and they've got their books and they're running around trying to get their stamps.
Okay, I'm gonna come out of screen.
Jeremy, Scott made a good point. You know, that passport program has brought me to places I never thought I'd ever go in my entire life.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the passport program is a work of genius. I really do. And it gets so many people enthusiastic about lighthouses, and they just want to visit all the lighthouses they can, which is fantastic. I know Skip Sherwood was in the room before. I don't know if he is now. I don't think he is. Skip, if you're here, you might want to raise your hand, but I think he left. But anything, Jeff or Henry, anything anybody wants to say more about the passport program? Before we move on,
it is a brilliant program. And the whole point is to get people to go visit these beautiful structures and support them. And it lets you memorialize your journey. And it's great fun. So,
yeah. You know, oh, there he is. Joe Rivers is still here, who wrote the song Meet Me at the Lighthouse. And Joe, I should have checked in with you after we picked the winner to see if you had any comment about that. So belatedly, I'm giving you a chance right now if you want to add anything about the whole dance contest this year. Sorry to put you on the spot suddenly like that.
Not being much of a dancer, I always, you know, when people would say, let's dance, I say, no, I'm a musician, I don't dance, you know. Yeah. But I just thought some of those videos were just great. That you know, I know what it takes to put on a production and to get that many people together, and you know, and you know, they've got to practice.
Yeah.
So I just appreciated that, and knowing that they were dancing to my music really it was really heartwarming. You know, it was really great.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, and I couldn't agree with you more about all that. And I just realized I should have given you a chance earlier to add a little bit more. So thank you for hanging out for all this time, and thank you for.
It's been great. It's been great.
Thank you for writing what I consider the national anthem of lighthouses. So let's move along. And next on the agenda that I have is a discussion of preservation grants. I don't have any visuals to show for that, and we can slide right along if you want, but I wanted to give, especially Jeff and Henry, if you want to say anything about the USLHS preservation grants at this point. I know it's a big subject, but anything you'd like to say?
Sure. So the program's been around since 2015 now, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but we've been awarding grants, typically 3 or 4 grants per year up until the pandemic through a competitive process where lighthouse organizations apply, maximum of $10,000. So we're typically somewhere around $30,000 to $35,000 get awarded each year. During the pandemic, our president at the time, Mike Vogel, made a great suggestion, which was to switch from preservation just to operations, because lighthouses needed all the help they could get since they were very heavily reliant on tourism, and there was no tourism during those 2 years of shutdown, right? But we're back in business doing preservation grants. Mary Frances Trevelli is taking over that committee from me. And we had our first cycle actually our second cycle earlier this year. And we're going to be having our next one later this fall. So things are coming along very well. And I believe Jeff mentioned earlier in our event today that all of this started through the generous donation of one of our members that helped establish the Preservation Fund. And so every dollar that gets invested there goes back out to award meritorious projects. And Bill Merlin, our board member that you met earlier, is our treasurer, and he's been doing a fantastic job of taking care of those investments and seeing that money grow. So another great cause there, and looking forward to this program continuing to grow and getting more money out to the lighthouses. So thanks, Jeremy.
Sure. Excellent, Henry. Thank you. Unless Jeff, you wanted to add anything right there, I'm going to go back into screen sharing. Okay.
Yep. No, Henry said it perfectly.
Okay, good. All right. And let me, we did the Eleanor production, so I want to get that out of the way so I don't get confused. Oh, wait a minute. All right, bear with me. Here we go. All right, so next, earlier I showed you a clip from Rob Apps's documentary, The Last Lightkeepers. And now I'm going to play the trailer for it, which is like 1.5 minutes long, and I think it's pretty exciting. So let me go ahead.
Pretty good now, I'm going. Got the bow line? Yeah. You may hit the rocks on the way in. Here we go.
I definitely think history is on the back burner in our public schools and private schools. There's just so much more to learn as time goes by. So where do we put this very important topic?
I don't understand why it's sitting there when there were opportunities to save it.
It's striking to be here, and some people just weren't acquainted enough with what this was like, and they thought I was nutty. And for the most part, when people get out here and see what a dramatic place this is and how historically significant this lighthouse is, they tend to have a better understanding, passionate about this place.
Anybody who loves lighthouses, anybody who cares about lighthouses, has to make themselves into one of the last lightkeepers.
Okay, so if you want to see the whole,
I definitely would watch that.
If you want to watch it, all you have to do is go to Amazon and do a search for Last Lightkeepers, and you can download it and watch it on your computer or your TV or whatever. So it's a great documentary. Rob does excellent work, obviously. And I'll just mention, I don't know if I have authorization to mention this, but I'll mention it anyway, that Rob is talking about the possibility of doing a series on lighthouses, probably on one of the streaming services. So I sure hope that happens. Obviously, it'll be great. So right now, I'm going to play a couple of quick podcast clips as we come into the home stretch here.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to have to be leaving here shortly.
Yep.
Could I have a couple of minutes to just share some closing thoughts?
Absolutely. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. So first of all, I just want to share the numbers that I just got a couple of minutes ago. Donations, $9,970. 40th anniversary merchandise, $1,250. So would someone please do me a big favor and donate $30 so we can at least make it to the $10,000 mark? Or maybe more than $30. That would be nice too, but we're almost at the $10,000 mark. Somebody out there surely can do that. So that's number one. Number two, I want to thank a few people for everything that's been going on today. First of all of you for being here. I know some of you have been here for a good part of the event. Some of you have been here in and out here and there. Give us some feedback on this experience today. This is an experiment for us. This was Jeremy's brainchild, and it was the idea about doing something to celebrate the Society's 40th anniversary. But as you have all seen, and as I have seen throughout most of the afternoon, this wasn't just about the Lighthouse Society. This was about lighthouses. All right, you've seen some great videos from the dance contest, from a lot of people sending in videos from lighthouses literally all over the world. So it's about sharing the passion, the love that we have for lighthouses, for the people involved with lighthouses, for their preservation. And so happy to see younger generations getting involved with their preservation and things like the dance contest and so forth. But hopefully you all have learned something. You've probably learned about some lighthouses you didn't know about some lighthouse people you didn't know about. So it hopefully was a good experience for you. But send Jeff a note at jeff@uslhs.org. Send me a note, henry@uslhs.org. And guess what? You can send Jeremy a note at jeremy@uslhs.org. We have really tough emails here at the Society. And just give us some feedback, because if this was worth your time, who knows? This may have been the first virtual telethon. Might be another 10 years before Jeremy's ready to do another one, but might have to twist his arm. But give us some feedback. And speaking of which, I do want to thank Jeff and Jeremy both for coming up with this idea and just doing a marvelous job of putting everything together. I personally know they've been working nonstop for the last couple of weeks trying to get this set up. It takes a lot of effort. It came off flawlessly. Great production work, great selection of people to speak. So give them a big round of applause for everything they've done. And not only the two of them, but all the staff that has been supporting them. Rich, Cassandra, and all of the people that have sent in videos. And again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for your donations and for continuing to help our work and to which is all about your passion, your energy, and our collective love for lighthouses. So thanks again. And Jeremy, back to you. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Henry, too, for obviously for all you do, but thanks for being a big part of this as well. So you're blaming me. You said it was Jeremy's brainchild. So people know who to blame if they didn't have a good time today. But I know I've had a good time, so I hope people have. So thank you.
Notice he's gone like, I don't know what, 5 hours now without going to the bathroom yet.
Well, you don't know what I'm doing while videos are playing.
It's just amazing. I don't know how he does it.
You don't know. Well, I won't say any more about that. I'll let people think I'm I have supernatural powers or something. I don't know if supernatural is the right word, but anyway, I'm getting tired. So I'm going to go back to, thank you, Henry. Thank you so much. And I'm going to go back to sharing my screen and play a couple of video clips here. A couple of podcast clips, I should say. And this guy, speaking of young people, as we've been speaking, he wasn't exactly young, but he was certainly young at heart. This is Buddy Grover, who just passed away a few months ago at the age of 96. And he was a longtime volunteer at the Absecon Lighthouse in Atlantic City, New Jersey. And he wasn't doing it for about the last year in his life, I think for about 10 years before that. He was climbing that lighthouse a few days a week. And that lighthouse is one of the tallest in the country. It's like 200 steps. And he was climbing it and giving tours and greeting people in that lighthouse keeper's uniform at the top of the lighthouse. He was just an amazing guy. They just had a big memorial service for him there, and they named a street after him, et cetera, et cetera. So I was lucky enough to interview him for the podcast about a year before he passed away, and I just want to play a quick clip of that.
I tend to be a little outgoing, when I talk a lot.
No, you're kidding.
And it was an opportunity to make people smile, and when they got to the top, and exchange information about them. We've had people from all over the world. As the years have gone on, I find that when I'm home, I'm a 95-year-old man. When I'm here, the age disappears. Whatever aches and pains I had at home just disappear, because I'm thinking not of myself, of the surroundings, of the people. And it's really beneficial.
And I'm going to play one more podcast clip here of Rob Benchley, who is the caretaker at Sankaty Headlight on Nantucket, from a literary family. His uncle Peter, you might have heard of the book Jaws that he wrote. His grandfather, Robert Benchley, was a famous writer and actor in movies in the 1930s. And Rob makes a statement here that I just think is fantastic. So I'll play it.
I really believe that preserving lighthouses is essential. It's painful to see them go into disrepair or get destroyed or abandoned, because it's such an incredible connection, not only to the past, but lighthouses are emotional. They make people feel things. They make people think of, days gone by, but also they're a witness, they're a sentinel, and they appear to be everlasting, although they're not. But I just think that they're symbols of strength and longevity. And they've also saved thousands of lives. And I think that that as a background is applicable to Sankaty because of the history of Nantucket and the history of shipping and whaling and everything nautical. It sort of stands as a link between what's going on in the ocean and what's in people's hearts. And I think lighthouses just are in people's hearts.
I just love the way he says that. So next we're going to see a video from our Vice President of the U.S. Lighthouse Society, Kathy Fleming. Before I play this, anything you want to say, Jeff?
Kathy is one of our new board members. She's our Vice President, and she's been doing such amazing work. Her experience is unparalleled, and she's bringing it all to the table to help the society. So I think she's a great addition to our team.
Definitely, and longtime director of the St. Augustine Lighthouse in Florida. So she wasn't able to be here today, but she provided this video.
She was here for a short time. I saw her.
Hi, I'm Kathy Fleming, Vice President of the U.S. Lighthouse Society, and I'd love to invite you to join our Lighthouse family. As a U.S. Lighthouse Society member, you'll enjoy free access to our amazing Candace Clifford archives. It's packed with fascinating lighthouse history, some that you can't find anywhere else. And some of it is available online already, but you can have extra special access as a member and make special requests of our team. Plus, you'll get to join us on exciting lighthouse trips to exotic lighthouse locations around the world, where you can make new friends who share your passion for coastal beacons, and you'll automatically be enrolled in our Passport Stamp Club for collecting those special stamps. But the real reason to join us is to help preserve America's lighthouses. These coastal beacons still shine in the heart of our communities, and they still anchor us to our feelings of safety and of home. But many face uncertain futures. At the U.S. Lighthouse Society, we are ever striving to give more and do more for all things lighthouse. We advocate for their preservation, we help educate others, and we give grants every year to help preserve their majestic presence. We can't do all this without your help. We're a small staff and we keep our admin costs low. The cost to you is minimal, but the reward of saving a lighthouse is priceless. As a lighthouse volunteer, I want to ask you to come and join us, as I have, and bring the kids or the grandkids. Visit uslhs.org/membership to learn more. That's uslhs.org/membership. See you on the coast.
Okay. We're kind of coming full circle here. We started with a promo from the 1980s with the founder of the U.S. Lighthouse Society, Wayne Wheeler, and we're closing with a couple of audio clips of him here. Just a few months ago, this past spring, I was in Washington, and I had the pleasure of interviewing Wayne and his wife, Sally, in their hotel room they were staying in during a week of board meetings. Wayne, I'm glad I got it because, you know, it's like oral history. The podcast to me is as much an oral history project as anything else. And it was so good to get Wayne telling the whole history of the society in this recording. So I'm going to play a couple of clips from it. First one, he talks about how he got interested in lighthouses in the first place.
I grew up on Martha's Vineyard summers from the time I was 7. My father had grown up there, so he started taking us there. And one day when I was about 12, he said, "Come on, we're going to go up island. I want to show you this lighthouse." So we went up to the Gayhead Lighthouse, and we got just below the lantern room, and the young coastie helped me up into the lantern room, and there's this first order lens. They're 6 feet in diameter, overall 19 feet high with the underpinnings, and it was glistening in the sun, and it was like looking at the universe. It was the most incredible thing, and bingo, it was just, now I knew what a lighthouse was.
You saw the light, in other words.
I saw the light.
Okay, one more clip of Wayne here.
What has been your favorite thing about your 40 years of association with the United States Lighthouse Society?
I have to say the people. They're just incredible. On the tours, the people on the tours, if something goes wrong, and a lot of our tours are first-time tours, and they're not cookie-cutter tours. They're tours that we've never done before. And we're even taking the coaches we take of sometimes, like in Ireland, have never been down these roads before, so we never know what's going to happen. And it doesn't matter because they put up with it. We have very, very few complainers on our tours. Everybody gets along with whatever's happening, and they get along with each other. And they're very supportive of the society, of course.
Generally, the Lighthouse Society members as a group are highly intelligent and good-humored, and I just think as a group, they're superb. They make me feel good about humanity.
Oh, Sally kind of got the last word there. We're going to do one more giveaway. I'm going to come on to screen sharing. We got one last giveaway, and it's for another overnight. Choice of Point No Point or Point Wilson. And wow, Ralph's still there. How you doing,
Can't
Ralph?
shake me. I'm a lighthouse nerd.
I guess so. That's even higher category than a lighthouse geek, I think. So thank you. So we're going to do, again, another giveaway of overnight, choice of Point Wilson or Point No Point. And I probably don't need to say this again, but if you know the answer, click on raise hand and virtually raise your hand, and we'll call on you. You can answer. And we're up to question 11, I believe, Ralph. So go ahead.
Yes,
it's all
we
yours.
are.
Yeah.
All right. Question number 11. What country has the most lighthouses?
Airdrie is number 1. And Airdrie I was in Ireland with her a couple of years ago. So Airdrie, you want to unmute yourself and answer the question?
Yeah, I'm trying. The US.
Correct. Yeah, you got it. All right. And for people who didn't know that, yeah, there's, you know, it depends again what you count as a lighthouse, but somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 to 850 standing lighthouses in the US. Canada, I believe, is second with 700 something. And there's a lot of countries, you know, behind that, obviously, with hundreds, but US and Canada, number 1 and 2. So thank you, Airdrie. I think you've been here pretty much all day. So thank you for being part of it. And you know how to contact Jeff and make sure he has your information to get your prize. So thank you. Thank you for everybody who played in our trivia games today, our trivia questions, and congratulations to all who won. And we're getting right near the end here, and I'm going to play one more promo video. But before I do that, I think probably before I play it be the best time for anything more. Jeff, if you want to say something, if there's any other board members who would like to chime in at this point, just raise your hand virtually, let us know. But Jeff, anything you want to say before we start closing down shop here?
Thanks everybody for your support, and I think this was a good first webathon. Maybe we'll do more of them. And preserving lighthouses is my passion, and I'm glad I share that with all of you.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. And we'll come back for one final farewell. I'll just play this video first. Okay, that was produced during COVID, which I think gave it special poignancy. So thank you, everybody. Jeff, thank you so much. We made it. Ralph.
Well,
thank you so much.
not only do we make it, the total donations 10,120.
Yes.
Yay!
All right. We topped the magic 10,000 mark. And we also made about 1,500 or so in merchandise sales as well.
Thanks, everybody.
Yes. Thank you. Keep taking care of the lighthouses. Take care of each other. Keep a good light. Thank you all so much. We'll see you around.